It's that time. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 9 o'clock. It's Tuesday, September the 16th. Dallas County Commissioners Court can come to order. There is a quorum present. All legal notices have been posted, and this court is duly called. Can I get a motion to open the court?
So move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative. Bailiff, will you please open the court?
All rise. The Dallas County Commissioners Court is now in session for the September 2025 term. The Honorable Commissioner John Wiley Price presiding. Please remain standing for the invocation.
The invocation today will be given by my guest, Vincent L. Hall. Vincent Hall is a native of the city of Dallas. He retired from Southwestern Bell AT&T as a general manager in the telecommunications industry. He was responsible for sales and revenue generation and held a mutually beneficial working partnership with organized labor throughout his career. Vincent is a 23rd year of his second career here at Dallas County, serving as a general manager for Road and Bridge District 3 for Dallas County Commissioner John Wiley Price. In addition, he is a proud member and an adjunct faculty at Dallas College and a licensed real estate agent. He is passionate about writing opinion editorials and has received reward from the National Association of Black Journalists for his editorial work. His present assignment is with the Texas Metro News. He graduated from Ohio University in Athens with a Bachelor of Specialized Study. His past board and civic affiliations are numerous, but currently he serves as a citizen of Dallas County as a board on the DFW International Airport and Parkland Hospital. He is a father to 3 daughters, Erin, Allison, and Haley, and a proud grandfather to Kennedy, Skylar, and Luke, and spent most of this week doing grandfather stuff. So with that being said,
Good morning, Commissioner. Let me begin with a couple things. First of all, I want to say happy years, he says, this is a holiday, and I acknowledge that. Secondly, I want to say to this board, I would be remiss if I did not thank you for the opportunity to sit on that Parkland board. I'm probably the first person that was ever born in Parkland who actually sits on that board.
but were you born in the hospital or in the basement?
I was born in the basement where all babies like me were born. But I will tell you a fun fact. Right now at Parkland Hospital, we birth right at 1,200 to 1,400 babies per month, about 40 a day. And that is my sole mission, to make sure that they come into a world that's better than the one that I was inherited. So let's begin by reading the words of 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray, seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven. I will forgive their sins and heal their land. Let us bow for a word of prayer. Lord, we are in trouble. We did not obey your commandment to love one another as we love ourselves. Lord, we're in trouble. We haven't judged one another by the content of their character. Instead, we judge one another by skin color, gender, and gender preference. Lord, we're in trouble. We have wandered far away from the golden rule, and now we plot to do unto others before they can do it unto us. Petty politics and personal privilege have become our verse and refrain. Lord, we're in trouble. But Lord, we're glad that trouble don't last always. And Lord, we're glad that trouble is nothing new for you. Lord, you can fix our troubles. We have too many who betray like Judas and not enough Marys who stand at the cross. Lord, you can fix our troubles. We have too many who are so heavenly high that there are no earthly good. Lord, you can fix our troubles. We have too many people who have more than they can ever need, and too many people who live in dire need. Lord, you can fix our troubles. Teach us to humble ourselves and pray for your mercy. Help us to turn from our wicked ways and see your face. And if you would, recite with me the model prayer. Our Father,
Our Father,
which art in heaven,
which art in heaven,
hallowed be thy name.
hallowed be thy name.
Thy kingdom come,
Thy kingdom come,
thy will be done,
thy will be done,
as it is on earth as it is in heaven.
on earth as it is in heaven.
Give us this day
Give us this day
our daily bread,
our daily bread,
and forgive us our debts
and forgive us our debts
as we forgive our debtors.
as we forgive our debtors.
And lead us not into temptation,
And lead us not into temptation,
but deliver us from evil.
but deliver us from
For
evil.
thine is the kingdom,
For thine is the kingdom,
and the power,
the power,
and the glory,
and the glory,
forever and ever.
forever and ever.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Will the ushers please just pass the collection plate? That's probably more church than most people, that y'all can be seated. Thank you, Vincent.
Beautiful, Mr. Hall. Thank you so much. That was beautiful.
Yeah. These pablum prayers, I always say don't get through. Okay, welcome to this edition of the Dallas County Commissioners Court. All of the matters that we will deal with in this session have been previously briefed to this court. Any matters for future court will be briefed later, and then we will take them on at a subsequent court. There is a public hearing. It is scheduled for 10 o'clock today, and a second public hearing. The first one is on archives fee hearing, and the second will be on Parkland Hospital District's tax rate. That being said, we will begin with the resolutions, and I will begin the resolutions. First resolution is that for, got too many things going on this morning. Virginia Ward. Ms. Ward, come forward. In addition to that, the Juvenile Department, come forward. All those of you who are with the Juvenile Department, Ms. Ward, you got guests, they can come forward as well.
They're parking.
Huh?
They're parking.
They're parking?
Co-workers.
Well, we can wait now, because you've been here long enough. Hell, excuse me, we can wait. We can wait a minute, The Lord's still working on me. I'll tell you what, let me go to Blood Cancer Awareness Month. Yeah, y'all just all sit on the front seat there, and we'll come back to you. Okay? I got a number of resolutions. Just bear with me. Blood Cancer Awareness Month. Will that delegation come forward? Okay, where's my staff? Yes. Yeah, okay. Y'all come forward. Anyone else? Blood Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas blood cancer currently afflicts more than 1,800,000 people in the United States, with the person being diagnosed with it every 3 minutes, and approximately 200,000 each year. And whereas blood cancer, also known as hematological malignancy, is a group of diseases that affect the blood-forming cells in the bone marrow and includes leukemia, lymphoma, syndromes, and Daphne, I told you to work on these myeloproliferative neoplasms. I'm gonna kill it, so y'all just work on it. Whereas blood cancer manifests itself in more than 100 types and is projected to cause the death of more than 57,300 people in the United States this year, and represents roughly 10% of all cancer diagnoses in the country. And whereas steady support for blood cancer research has produced breakthrough treatment advances, and such as treatments like chemotherapy, targeted therapy, minimal residual disease testing, among others. And whereas blood cancer research is among the many scientific and medical fields being assisted by artificial intelligence, and according to the bioengineering.org chat GPT 3.5, an AI language model is also answering complex questions related to blood cancers. And whereas blood cancers are not singular in type and kind, early detection relies on regular primary care, recognizing symptoms like unexplained fatigue, bruising, night sweats, and persistent infections. Therefore, be it resolved that this Dallas County Commissioners Court does now join with the national campaign to declare that September is Blood Cancer Awareness Month nationally, a time for organizations and individuals to raise awareness, share patient stories, and promote education. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Please introduce yourself for the record, and then the two of you go from there.
I'm Daphne Fain. I'm Commissioner Price's Chief of Staff. And Commissioner, I wanted to thank you for bringing this resolution because it means a lot to me personally. So I was diagnosed with multiple myeloma, which is one of the blood cancers, 3 years ago. And after a stem cell transplant 2 years ago, I'm grateful to say that I'm in remission.
Yay.
Although my treatment was with UT Southwestern, I know personally firsthand how Parkland works with UT Southwestern to ensure that the patients across Dallas County has been treated. My disease is a rare disease because there's no cure, but I'm in good care. And I want to thank Parkland and grateful that this resolution was brought forth today in light of Blood Cancer Month this day. So, in honoring the care team and reminding families that hope and healing is around the corner. Okay. It's wonderful.
And you come to work every day.
And I come to work every day. When I had my stem cell transplant, I had my computer in the room working. Oh. Well, my doctor told me to bring something for hobbies because I was going to be really sick after the chemo and all that. So she asked me to bring books. I brought my computer. Oh.
And that was a requirement from your office, right?
Yes.
Okay.
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 So that was not a requirement?
No, that was.
Was a requirement.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Umber Dickerson. I am the director of the Cancer Center at Parkland Hospital. Blood cancers are a group of cancers that can start in the blood, in the bone marrow, or in the lymph nodes. Leukemia, lymphoma, and multiple myeloma are the major types of blood cancers. Compared to other cancer types, such as breast and colon cancer, the number of patients diagnosed with these cancers each year in the United States is lower. However, this doesn't mean that these cancers are rare. In 2025, around 90,000 individuals are projected to be diagnosed with lymphoma, 67,000 with leukemia, and 36,000 with multiple myeloma. Unlike breast, colorectal, lung, cervical, and prostate cancer, there is no screening test for blood cancers. Individuals affected by these cancers typically have general symptoms that affect the entire body. This may include feeling tired or weak because of anemia, frequent infections because of low or abnormal white blood cells, easy bruising or easy bleeding because of low platelets, swollen lymph nodes, bone pain, unexplained weight loss, fever, night sweats. These symptoms are nonspecific, which means these symptoms don't necessarily mean that individuals have developed blood cancer. Therefore, it is always a good idea to seek medical attention, particularly if these symptoms persist. Some types of blood cancers are curable, and some types are treated like chronic conditions. That means individuals who require treatment over a long period of time, chemotherapy, radiation, and stem cell transplant are the conventional means that treat blood cancers. Modern treatments have significantly improved The outcomes of many types of blood cancers include targeted therapies, which block cell growth signals in the cancer cells. In addition, some good news is that we now can harness the body's immune system to fight many types of blood cancers. Examples of leveraging the immune system to fight cancers are antibody drugs, CAR T cell therapy, which is and like stem cell therapy. In CAR T cell therapy, patients' own immune system is trained to target and kill the cancer cells. The medical scientific community continues to work towards developing innovative and more effective treatment options for patients with blood cancers. There are many resources available to patients in the community. Our mission at Parkland, in collaboration with UT Southwestern Simmons Comprehensive Cancer Center, is to care for our community. The Leukemia and Lymphoma Society and the American Cancer Society, as well as other charitable organizations in our community, provide help and support to patients suffering from blood cancers. We are grateful to the Commissioner's Court, especially Commissioner Price, for this resolution recognizing blood cancer awareness. Like many other cancers, there is significant inequity and disparities among individuals diagnosed with blood cancers that adversely affect minorities. As an example, non-Hispanic blacks have more than double the risk of developing multiple myeloma. And those who have multiple myeloma, the risk of dying from this disease is more than double compared to non-Hispanic whites. Low representation of minorities in clinical trials on new treatment options for patients with blood cancers is another example of inequities and disparities in cancer care. At Parkland, and in collaboration with UT Southwestern Simmons Comprehensive Cancer Center, we are actively working to address these disparities, and we appreciate the support we receive from our community and from the court in advancing our mission.
Let me just say, not only to my chief of staff who's been with me for 29 years, like I said, serious about her work, comes to work every day. But more than anything, and I'm not at liberty to call other names, there are other people in Dallas County, these same symptoms. And what I appreciate about it is when she went through the stem cell piece, like I said, that I call it harvesting. She reached out when other people, when I discovered that other people were going down that same path, she was able to counsel and help them navigate through some very probably depressing times. And as I said, I say with some levity about coming to work. But as you know, we recently recognized, and she didn't have multiple myeloma, but Vicki Rice had a broken neck, had cancer, came to work every day. In fact, there are some people sitting here today. We were in a meeting, and she came in on a cane, and I said, "What are you doing here?" And she said, "This is my job." I know it's real difficult for people to sometimes understand me. I don't understand me. But I'm real clear about mission, and I'm real clear about being here. And when I see people like that who struggle against, and I'm sure there are other people here, whether probably breast cancer, but blood cancer, more than probably any other. I just want to say thank you. Thank you to Parkland, thank you to UT Southwestern for that collaboration, and for those other individuals who are probably listening in those departments. As Kendrick Lamar said, God's got us. You're going to be all right, okay? Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
I just want to say, I want to add something to what Commissioner Price just said.
Where y'all
First
going?
of all, Ms. Fain, we are very proud of you and, being able to go through this. But the other part as well as your dedication to your job is the fact that there's a lot of people that support research, that supports new treatments in what is anything that has to do with this plastic and all the neoplasms come to blood. I am the proud daughter of one of the first hematologists in Mexico City. And my father always, told us that the future of blood was in research. And to see and to get to know someone that has been the beneficiary of some of this new research, some of these new treatments that are now available, is a blessing, because I'm sure he would be very proud to know someone that had benefit for all the work that doctors have been doing for so many years. I went to several of the trials in Mexico City. I mean, more than 40 years ago. They were very hopeful that they will get to where we are today. So we donated blood every year, and that's why that is something that I continue to push here in Dallas, because I know that the more we have and the more we know about blood, 1 pint of blood saves lives. And I'm so happy for you, and congratulations. Thank you, Parkland, UT Southwestern, and all the institutions that continue to fight government for additional funds to continue this kind of research so we can continue to save lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
But after 29 years, it means she can fight anything. She can share. Okay. Is your delegation here yet? They're here now? Okay, we got you. Okay. Ms. Ward, you want to come forward with your delegation, Virginia Ward? And their delegation, please, come forward. All of the delegates, especially those of you who've been waiting on. Come on. This resolution reads, whereas the citizens of Dallas County are fortunate to have seasoned professionals in key positions who are committed to a tradition of duty, integrity, and excellence in their employ. And whereas Virginia L. Ward is a native Arkansan, born in Forest City, St. Francis County, Arkansas, and is the proud graduate of Forest City High School. And whereas Virginia L. Ward furthered her education at East Arkansas Community College, Arkansas State University, where she earned a Bachelor of Arts in Criminology. And whereas Virginia L. Ward commenced her career with Dallas County Juvenile Department in June 1993 as an intake officer and later progressed to the community liaison officer in 1994. And whereas Virginia L. Ward has held several positions, including placement specialist, education services coordinator, non-residential contracts manager, placement services supervisor, program monitor, and contract service supervisor. And whereas Virginia L. Ward, during her private time, enjoys attending Bible study, antiquing, thrifting, Western movies, family gatherings. And whereas Virginia L. Ward is a proud mom and grandmother who dotes on her son Corin Sr., Corlin, and Corwin Jr. And whereas Virginia L. Ward is a proud member of the New Legacy Community Church, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Inc., and received the Executive Services Award in 2015, along with the Chiefs Coin Award in 2021. Therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does not join with the family, friends, and her Dallas County co-workers as Virginia L. Ward begins a well-deserved retirement from the fruits of her labor, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Ms. Carruthers, you want to begin? And then
Sir.
County Judge Jenkins, Commissioners, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. These were the words that came to my mind and to my heart when I thought about what I'd say about you. You have been fearless for 32 years. I've had the honor for a little less than half of those years, and one way or another, serving with you. And they say I supervise you, but we all know the truth. I have seen you stand, Virginia, when others said nothing. I've seen you speak when it was so much easier to be quiet. In fact, the only time you have been quiet is when you're having pallets of food and snacks from local distributors delivered to our JJAEP kids who are sometimes forgotten. You've only been quiet when you're helping your coworkers and their family members who have a special need, and you're rallying everybody to get it done for them. And when I thought I was going to lose my own husband, and over these last couple of years, you were there, silently supporting every step of the way. Things people will never know. You are a true family member. I want to thank you on behalf of Dallas County, the Juvenile Department, our team members, and even our vendors. They love you. Our kiddos have been so much better for having you advocate for them. You've come to work every single day in a spirit of excellence, and they can
Kudos.
testify behind me that you demand it from everybody around you. And that's the God's honest truth. So you deserve everything that retirement has to offer. I thank you for those extra 2 years that I ask of you. I sincerely do. God bless you, and I wish you all the best in your retirement.
Mr. Hadnot.
Thank you. Good morning. I'll be brief. Judge Jenkins, members of the court, I've only had a short opportunity to serve with Mrs. Ward. And I thought I was in a special position in that she spoke about being fearless. Mrs. Ward is one of the first people who was just so persistent about ensuring that we did everything right by kids, with questions and seeking understanding, that I literally asked Mrs. Danica, can you get Mrs. Ward out of my office? So she's the first person I literally said, can you get her out, to get her away from here? But I say that in all seriousness, that Mrs. Ward has served well, and she has a bar for meticulous detail to ensure that we're performing at an exceptional high level. She's been a blessing to me in the short time that I've been here, and she's leaving a lasting legacy. And I wish her the very best as she takes advantage of this well-deserved retirement. So we love you and wish you the very best. Thank you for your service.
Ms. Ward, it's really kind of on you, and I know I probably was the last person you expected it when the juvenile department, I think Budget will remember this, when we were outsourcing our kids all over, you know, everybody's complaining about what they think's going on here. We were sending our kids all over the country, correct?
Correct.
To the tune of about $4.5 to $5 million. And I think I went to the board and I said, the challenge is bring the kids home. Not only did you able to bring them home and get the services, but you worked it in a way, as Ms. Carruthers said, that we could all appreciate. Because one of the things, you know, the department talks about is how do they do these wraparound services to young folks and people. Well, you can't do it in Pennsylvania. You know, you can't do it spread out across the country. And there's a certain judge who I'm not gonna call his name. I'm not gonna call Judge Gaither's name. But anyway, you know, we had to wrestle. But yeah, as they say, you stood firm. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you. Please.
County Judge Jenkins, members of the court, Commissioner Price, thank you so much for bringing the resolution. This is a difficult time for me. I know it's the right thing to do for myself and for my family, but I enjoy working for the juvenile department. I enjoy serving. So I'm really gonna miss it. When I came into placement and contract services, there was this high bar that was established. And the people that trained me, Ron Strichter, the late J.P. Panicacheri, Janice Evans, Yvette Hill Simmons, those people were big on making sure that we did right by Dallas County kids, making sure that we did right by the taxpayers and citizens of Dallas County, holding the contractors to a certain standard, knowing that as best we could, that our kids were okay in these facilities. Over the years, I've had wonderful managers who have allowed me to tweak the process and improve it and add some things and remove some things. And it got to the point to where we were very, very confident that we covered everything. And then writing briefs for the juvenile board and commissioner's court back in the day, I always wanted to make sure that I answered every question, especially you, Commissioner Price, because you always came with specific questions about the kids and the services and why we do what we do, and are they getting the best services that they can get? Are they treated well? And I wanted to always write the brief. It was a challenge for me to make sure I answered every question that you could possibly ask. And I don't think I succeeded in that. I think you still have your questions that you asked. But it's been a joy having that responsibility to ensure that Dallas County kids are okay. When they're removed from the home and sent off to a facility, whether it's in Dallas County, somewhere in Texas or out of state, has always been very important to me that those kids know that they're still Dallas County. They're still our kids. And whenever we would go to those facilities, we would sit down and talk with them. And the first thing we wanted to know was, why are you here? And what we were listening for is whether they believed they were at that facility for treatment or for punishment. And if the kids said, I'm serving time, I just want to do my time and go home, everything stopped. And we took the time to explain to them, no, this is a treatment facility. This is not TJJD. Your judge saw something in you that they felt like it was worth the money, worth the time, worth the effort to help you. So take advantage of that. Get all that you can from this. You won't leave until it's time for you to leave. But when you leave, you will have gotten everything that you need to get from here. That encouragement, the kids appreciated. Us going there and visiting with them and checking on them, they appreciated it. The facilities that we deal with, if there was ever an issue, we'd always hear, if no other county comes, Dallas is coming to check on Dallas's kids. Over the years, we removed kids from facilities if we didn't think things were happening the way that they should have happened. And we appreciated the juvenile board and the juvenile department administration's confidence in the decisions. If we went to Houston to a facility and said, this is not working, this is not a good place, we need to bring our kids home, the wheels started in Dallas County. The motion started to bring those kids home. And we always appreciated the department having that kind of confidence in us. Regarding the non-residential contracts, we implemented things that required background checks, required those checks to come through the juvenile department, not just for the contractor to do their checks, but we wanted to know, and we held them to the same standards that we would hold any Dallas County juvenile department employee. The trainings, we insisted that they have certain trainings, and we went out to do, or we go out to do monitoring visits to make sure that the services that we're contracting with them for, we're receiving, the kids are receiving. I always loved those contractors that I knew in my heart that they were there for the kids, okay? That it wasn't about making the money, but they truly, truly were there for the kids. In the RFP processes, we were always fair, wanted to always give everybody a chance. The more contracts we had, the merrier. We embraced everybody that would come, and those that might have had some difficulties, we didn't take pride in stepping on them and running them off. We worked with them until we finally come to the conclusion that it just was not going to work. Our pride was in keeping contracts and making them work for our kids. So I am so thankful today. My team is here. Ms. Carruthers has been the best boss ever. Some of those trips out of state, she went to Glen Mills with us to see. She's the first.
That's that one.
Yeah.
We finally closed down in
Yes.
Pennsylvania. I got it. I remember.
Yes. She went to Iowa with me. She and I went up together to 2 facilities up there, and then in Arizona. And she went to several here in the state and in the county. First boss I ever had that wanted to get out there and see exactly what we do. And because she did that, she was able to help us and be an advocate for us. I have had an amazing team over the years, and I thank you all so much. Thank you. Always willing to get up and go. And our job, sometimes if there's an incident that happened, we might need to get up and leave the next day, short notice. And you bear a financial burden because of the county's reimbursement process. But we've always had people that have been willing and able to get up and go. And so this is kind of sad for me, but as I look back on the work that I was able to do here with the county, I'm pleased. I believe this job was given to me. God is always my source. This job is my resource. And I thank you all for the opportunity. And I feel real good about the work that we were able to do for the youth and families of Dallas County. Thank you very much.
32 years. I know sometimes y'all think we get a little breathy around here. 32 years is dog years in Dallas County. Come on, let's go. That's 32 years. We can wait. We can wait.
32
Come on,
pictures, yeah.
document it. Document it.
Nobody in a hurry.
That's
You
right.
get your,
Congratulations, thank you for your service.
Hey man, did you get your contract? Did Dallas, Benny? Look at him. He act like he don't know what I'm talking about. He knows. Contract with the Cowboys. So, yeah, They need it.
Hey, Cowboys.
They need you, man. They need
Cowboys.
you. Okay. Officer Bridget Woolen, come on down with that delegation. Sheriff's Department, where are you? Where is she? Where is she?
I know they're all.
Come on down. Sheriff's Department, let me tell you something. And it ain't retirement. It's just that I need to do this because if you fool around and wait on her, you never get here. Come forward, Miss Woolen, to that letter. You know, and I wanted to tell the court, you know, the reason I wanted to do this, you know, Dr. Watkins, we talk about overtime. My staff will tell you in my road and bridge, Mr. Hall is here. They will tell you when we, Mr. Tamayo, when we work on Saturdays, I roll with my steel boots in the car and my gloves. They're out there, I'm out there. When my guys are out there painting, I'm out there in the jail. Saturday, the sheriff was in charge of all archives and other solutions. And they will tell you, when they say they're gonna meet at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning and work George Allen, and we're gonna get those cards out, they'll tell you I'm there. But I guess what more than anything is Miss Woolen's. She's there. And one of the things, and I know the Sheriff's Department, they moving those heavy boxes that have been in there forever, and all of that thing, they're in charge of. But Miss Woolens is right there with the rest of us. And so, Miss Woolens, this is where the Dallas County citizens are fortunate to have a seasoned professional, key position, committed to a tradition of duty, integrity, and excellence in your employment. And whereas Bridget Woolen is a native Texan born in Dallas County and a proud graduate of South Oak Cliff High School, home of the Golden Bears, still go to all them games. And whereas Bridget Woolen attended Texas Women's University in Denton, Texas, and was a member of the All-American Women's Basketball Team. And whereas Bridget Woolen commenced her career in the Sheriff's Department on September the 19th, 1988, and throughout her tenure has served in multiple assignments, including the Government Center, which is George Allen, Decker, North Tower, which is Kay's, West Tower, Infirmary, and her current post in the mailroom. And whereas Bridget Woolen, during her private time, enjoys shopping, exercising, reading, watching cooking shows, and spending time with her family. And whereas Bridget Woolen is the proud mom of Crystal, an account manager / analyst with CVS Health, and whereas Bridget Woolen is a member of the Dallas County Sheriff's Honor Guard. She's also an instructor on the Ursha Board at Hervé Cedar Baptist Church and a member of the National Baptist Convention. Therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does now join with the family and friends and her Dallas County Court in congratulating Bridget Woolen on 37 years of outstanding service to the citizens of Dallas County. I so move.
Second.
Got a motion and a, oh, I'm sorry,
Bunch
Judge.
of 'em.
I done got excited.
seconds.
Judge? Got a motion and a second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chief, come on. Chief Robinson, and sorry for all that mix up this weekend, but we own it, and I know both Mr. Gray and Mr. Bazan, we own it. It's a priority. Gotcha.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Commissioner and the court, thank you for this resolution. You won't find another selfless, dedicated employee than Ms. Woolen. She gets the job done, and she does it with excellence. She's quiet, but her work speaks loudly. And we are just happy and just elated to have her, especially in our newly coined area down at Detentions Logistics. She does a good job down there in the mailroom,
and I don't know what we would do without her. And I just want to thank her for 37 years of excellent service to Dallas County and the Dallas County citizens.
Chief Lehman, Chief Lehman, you trying to move up in there? Okay, come on.
You in leadership and you managing teams understand what it's like to have somebody on your team that you can not have to worry about when things are set and they're set in motion and they go the way they're supposed to go. And I wish we had 1,000 more just like her.
I know. Gordon, I ain't gonna ask you to, because I saw her throwing more boxes that Saturday than you. Hello, Corey, Brown? Yeah, okay. Sergeant, you got anything you want to say?
No, sir.
Miss Willens, come forward. I know you didn't want to, but 37 years.
I'd like to thank the Dallas County Sheriff Department for allowing me to work these years. I thank the Sheriff Department for helping me raise my daughter. I was able to send her to college, and she graduated. And I just thank everyone, my co-workers and my supervisors. Thank you.
You brought out all the brass. You got Chief Bonner in the back. Okay. I just want to say, you know, it's a real privilege when you go and you work beside employees. I always tell them, they will tell you, you know, I just happen to be elected. You know, we all work for the same 2.8 million people. But when you see people like Ms. Willens and that staff on a Saturday morning in basically in almost done. We got 800 beds over in George Allen. We depopulated that. We can't bring it back. $37 million. We can't bring it back. But we're over there moving bunks and trying to repurpose them. And just the age alone, I was just telling the judge, just the age alone, we got facilities over there looking at the paint, because of lead paint and having to do all of this. It's the kind of things that the public never thinks about. Those cards, Mr. Bazan, that water leak, it soaked all those cars. They got to figure out how to, you know, they're in charge. They got to freeze them and bring them back. And then they got to relocate them and take them out to, you know, French settlement. And then they got to sort them. You know, the public has no idea. And so when you see me spiraling out, I'm with these people who come to work every day. And if the air goes out, they don't get a chance to telecommute. They don't get a chance to go home. They got to be there 24/7. But I'll tell you, I'll take Miss Willens any day. Will I work any jokers around here? She works. Thank you for your service, Miss Willens. Okay?
Ms. Woolen, I just wanted to say real quickly that you are the person that allows me to go out and talk about the things that Dallas County is doing for the good of its people, its residents. And that, to me, means, that's the world. Because Dallas County has a reputation for doing things and doing things right. And it's because of what you have done for 37 years?
37 years.
And yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Congratulations again.
When I said, all the brass. Y'all got everybody. Chief Spencer, Chief Daniel, Chief Bonner. Okay, my last resolution is National Recovery Month. I think I've taken up the hour. National Recovery Month, will you come forward? Both Commissioners Daniel and I, we got kind of on this. We're sweet mates, but we're over there flipping coins, and I won. So come on. Y'all come on. Come on down. This resolution reads, come on, y'all come forward, y'all. This is a strong delegation. Come on. Whereas in 1989, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, also known as SAMHSA, established National Recovery Month to promote evidence-based treatment and recovery practices, support the recovery community, and highlight the dedication of those who make recovery possible in all forms. And whereas National Recovery Month serves the crucial role of educating the community on recovery and reducing the stigma surrounding addiction and mental health disorder. This can be contextualized in the simple truth that each one of us, whether personally or through family or friends, have been touched by addiction and mental health challenges. And whereas additionally, National Recovery Month has evolved to celebrate the unsung stories of those who are at the beginning or on the recovery journey from substance use and or mental health challenges. And whereas on September the 20th, 25, the Big Texas Rally for Recovery West Festival, brought together by the Dallas-Fort Worth community, aims to illuminate recovery and all of its past wellness and its dimensions, and the dedication and perseverance of those who have faced addiction and mental health challenges and emerged victorious on the other side. The Well West Festival will offer the entire DFW community the opportunity to celebrate the freedom and joy found in health, wellness, and recovery. And whereas, although Recovery Month has been dedicated to the nationwide recovery efforts, recovery is a lifelong journey, and the support of those in recovery needs to be equally as enduring. The Well West Festival seeks to do just that, to create a more united wellness movement. And whereas the Recovery Month ensures that people become more aware and to recognize the signs of mental health and substance use disorders and encourages people in need of recovery to seek out support. Therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does not join the nationwide Recovery Month efforts to heighten awareness and promote a greater understanding of mental health and substance use disorders. And be it further resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court adopt the National Recovery Month focus, which beckons first responders, healthcare workers, community leaders, and advocates helping to support recovery in our larger society. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you all for allowing MetroCare to be here. Thank you for the court.
Introduce yourself.
My name is Jasmine Brown, and I'm the Director for Outpatient Operations with MetroCare Services. Thank the court for acknowledging National Recovery Month. SAMHSA states that 1.7 of all individuals, 10 individuals, have a substance use disorder. And so at MetroCare, we're doing our best to make a growing impact within Dallas County to help those that are in need. We've recently opened our youth substance abuse program, which is open until at night. to assist working families and children that are in school, and recently expanded our adult services across 4 locations to make an impact within Dallas County. So again, we appreciate you allowing MetroCare to be here and acknowledging National Recovery Month. Thank you.
All right. My name is Joe Powell. I'm a young man in long-term recovery. And what that means is that I haven't had a drink of alcohol in 36 years, and it's only because of recovery that I'm able to be a servant leader and a lifelong learner, president and CEO of APA, the Association of Persons Affected by Addiction, here in Dallas now for 25 years. And with SAMHSA, first of all, I've got to thank everyone here. Thank you, commissioners, for all of these years of your service in promoting Recovery Month, Health, Wellness, and Recovery. And SAMHSA birthed APA, again, 25 years ago. And our goal was the recovery movement. We did not have any peer support back then. And when we came to the government, we actually started with 0. And now we have over 100,000 peer specialists in the United States. And so we are excited about our work nationally, statewide, locally with Dallas County. We really appreciate that. We have recovery now. We have recovery collegiate in colleges. We have it in churches, industries, ministries, recovery-friendly workplaces, recovery everywhere. We're spreading recovery. Our purpose is to educate all segments of the community about addiction and mental health, wellness, and recovery, and provide recovery support services. But again, Recovery Month. I couldn't do it without the local Behavioral Health Authority, all the people behind me. We have APA, our staff here. We have, of course, Walter Taylor. We want him to say a couple of words. He's with the local Behavioral Health Authority. You know, we've got, of course, Doug Denton with Homeward Bound, and a lot of providers here. You know, but I just want to say again, yeah, the Well West is their new festival and what we're doing this year when it comes to the Recovery Month on this Saturday coming. And so we're excited to really continue to promote recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Dr. Taylor?
Dr. Taylor, yeah.
All right. Good morning, Dr. Taylor with North Texas Behavioral Health Authority. Really delighted to be here. Thank you, Judge, Commissioners, our board chair, Dr. Garcia, on behalf of Ms. Lucky, who couldn't be here today. We just thank you for your support. Recovery is about people reclaiming their lives, reclaiming their families, getting back to their churches, getting back to their hobbies, getting back to their better selves. I was blessed at the age of 17, I'm 51 years old now, that a judge sent me to a treatment center, and that began my life of recovery. I was running the streets, getting high, helping others get high. And today I stand before you as the Chief Strategy Officer at NITBA. But one of my biggest things that I really enjoy is leading a recovery-oriented Bible study at APA. And so I get to reflect not only on my past, but I get to see people coming forward who were formerly incarcerated. One sweet young sister who's with us, she mentioned going to Bible study at prison. And I thought she was taking ministry to the prison, and she was doing that, but she also let me know that she had been to prison 5 times. And so recovery is possible, but just want to thank you all. Dallas County is known for a lot of things, but one of the things that y'all really promote is mental health and recovery. And we can talk about it out loud. So I just want to thank all of y'all on behalf of all the people that's with me, on behalf of all the providers for the support that we get, because we could not do the work that we're doing without what y'all do. So thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you,
Mr.
Doctor.
Mr. Denton.
Good morning, Doug Denton, Executive Director of Homeward Bound, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you. Last month I was here to talk about overdose awareness and to think about the people we've lost to addiction, substance use disorder, the shortened lives that we've experienced. This month is a celebration. We are able to celebrate people that are in recovery, and I think 45 years ago, I was hiring the first staff for Homeward Bound. One was a feisty social worker who's had experienced addiction in her family, and one was a person in recovery. 66% of the staff essentially were affected by addiction. I can't say that I wasn't in my family, but I'll count myself a little differently right now. We have maintained that percentage of persons who have been impacted by addiction in Homeward Bound for 45 years now. Joe came along and put a name to it in terms of working with peers. We have been pioneers working with UT's Austin School of Social Work to look at what the effect of peers can be 20 years ago, and we've grown, and Homeward Bound has grown. This community has grown in its awareness of addiction and the impact of recovery, and I am just proud to be a part of it, and I thank you for that.
We didn't say any, I know it's 10 o'clock and we're getting ready to go into archive here, but let me just say this. I'm not going to ever let us leave without talking about the tremendous work that the Dallas Independent School District does. They are leading in the country with regards to centers within everything from elementary to high school with regards to treatment of individuals with mental health disorder. No place in the country has the kind of appropriations that Dallas Independent School District does. And so every chance I get, I always want to talk about how they have continued. Doctor, is that you stand up back there? Oh, hey, why didn't you jump up? I didn't mind carrying your water, but now we ain't gonna let you go into no speech now, but that's, but you should have jumped up. But anyway, at least just come say hi, your name, because she'll go into a sermon event. And then, good, just introduce yourself for the record. And I was gonna carry your water, but please.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Dr. Deborah Perch, and I am the Special Program and Training Manager with the Dallas Independent School District. And this is for us a wonderful blessing. We are, as he said, the largest comprehensive mental health program, school-based program in the country. Last year alone, we provided over 100,000 direct and indirect services to students. And so in the past, where it's taken 11 years or so for students to access services, DISD gets this right. And so we provide support services for students from elementary through high school. It's a blessing to be here.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Doctor. And you're going to stay for the Sunset Centennial too, right?
Yes.
All right. See you then. Mr. Denton, how you doing? Good to see you. Great to see you.
Thanks for all your work.
Miss Janie. I don't think the doctor
I'm a pride. I hold you up.
Yes, I was listening to Dr. Elisande about the studies.
Judge, why you just sneaking?
Great. Get on my schedule.
Yeah, okay.
I'm out
Good to see you.
tomorrow through the next Wednesday. But I'm
Okay,
back.
come on. Janie.
What do I do now?
Okay, y'all come on. Y'all,
Do we
can
fit
you
in
get
the
everybody?
schedule?
Can y'all get everybody? I want to make sure.
Okay, we just need to complete.
Yeah, I just want to make sure can you get everybody?
Those fancy eyes.
Stack court.
Thank you so much for coming.
And Judge, I didn't see you there. We talk about divert court, stack court. Thank you. And that's an integral part of the way the justice system works in terms of what we call smart justice, taking people and diverting them, and that's what you heard some of the participants talking about. Judge, it's 10 o'clock, and we at least got to call the archive hearing before we go into the other resolutions.
I think we're called for 11, isn't it?
No, it's 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock is
Archive
the
hearing.
Is the
Archive
county
hearing.
clerk.
My apologies.
Go ahead and call it.
Yeah, 11 o'clock. I know.
All right. Is there a motion to open the hearing on the
So move.
county clerk's archives?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
John Warren is online, and so once we get his face and his voice on there, we'll do that.
Judge, just so the record will be clear, this is FY 2026 County Clerk Archive Fee Hearing.
Is that on John's end? Or
Yeah, there he is.
You're okay. Great. Hey, buddy.
You muted, Mr. Warren. Try it again.
Okay, there we go.
There you go. Okay, it's your hearing.
Well, typically, the budget will do this, but Commissioner Price, I'll take care of this. This is my archive plan for the fiscal year for 2026. We have, this is a continuation of all of the preservation of all of our historical records. And of course, all of the records that's part of this ongoing preservation goes back to 1846 with the establishment of Dallas County. That includes the historical records that we are getting close to the end, and then we will move to our court records and all the other physical paper records that we are maintaining. I'm not quite sure what other information, but I would say that whatever information.
Dr. Watkins?
That's enough, and it's on for court order today to be approved.
But I do have a question. Since Dallas County decided to, as my mother would say, sashay down this road about fees, and at least all that money we paid to a certain vendor, which will remain nameless. One of the contentions they held, Mr. Warren, was that somehow in the last 10 years, compared to other counties, that our fees had not kept pace. And I see Mr. Reed, I see you grabbing the mic.
I'll certainly defer to Mr. Warren, but the fee that is being talked about here is actually set in statute. And I believe it was increased 6 or 8 years ago. Mr. Warren can correct me if I'm wrong there. But this one, without an act of the legislature, we would not be able to increase.
Okay, but so this was not one of the fees that they were talking about in terms of keeping pace. They talked about constable. I know this is not that, but they talked about sheriff, constable, that we had not kept pace. This is not one of them.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, if I may speak, Commissioner Price, yes, you're right. This is not one of those fees, but as it relates to those fees, whatever the statute requires us to collect, that's what my office collects.
Thank you.
All right.
Judge, I will do a motion to, you got a call.
I think we got to ask for public speakers.
Right, exactly.
Are there any public speakers? This is limited to the county clerk's archive fee plan. Any public speakers on the county clerk's archive fee plan? Are there any public speakers on the county clerk's archive fee plan?
Motion to close the public hearing on the FY 2026 county clerk archive fee plan.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Warren.
Thanks.
All right, thank you all very much.
All right, so I've got a little bit of conflicting information. Anybody on staff want to help me with? I've got Dallas County tax rate, another hearing on that on the schedule, but I don't believe that's required.
No, sir, it's just Parkland today.
That's what I thought.
At 11 o'clock.
Okay, so at this time, we'll go back to our resolutions, and we're going to skip, what did you? Yeah, we're going to skip out of order so Dr. Garcia can get these wonderful Sunset kids back to school. I want to tell you, as you guys come up, my dad was a 1940, now I'm old now, my dad was a 1946 graduate of Sunset. Go Bisons.
Yay.
All right. So,
Thank you, Judge. And with that, Feliz 16 de Septiembre. Happy Mexican Independence Day. But it's not only they celebrate the independence of Mexico, we also celebrate during the Hispanic Heritage Month, as Mr. Hall rightly said during his invocation, the independence of El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Honduras, Chile, and of course, Mexico. So with that, let's go ahead and celebrate 100 years, a centennial for Sunset High School. And I'm going to ask the delegation to come forward. Today, we have with us David Lee, Principal Lee, Brian Parra, Vice Principal, Monica Hernandez, parent support specialist, Ashley Armstrong, director of Bison Bells and Dance Team. So we are going to ask all of you to come forward. Commissioner Price mentioned a while ago how well Dallas Independent School District is doing when it comes to, giving and open the opportunity for mental health services. Also, I want to say, Commissioner Price, that Dr. Elizalde, mentioned how good Sunset and other schools in Dallas Independent School District are doing, as well as 8 schools. And the resolution, and I want to welcome you all, and the resolution reads as follows. Whereas Sunset High School first opened its doors on September 21st, 1925 in the Oak Cliff neighborhood, welcoming 1,400 students to a new campus built to serve 2,000. It quickly became a cornerstone of public education and community pride in Dallas County. And whereas in 1925-1926 academic year began a proud tradition of learning, leadership, and community engagement that has continued for a century, shaping generations of Dallas County families. And whereas designed by architect Roscoe Plimpton, Sunset was later enhanced with new Deal-era murals by artist Granville Bruce. Sunset High School remains both an architectural and cultural treasure, designated a Dallas landmark in 2014 and registered the Texas Historic Landmark in 2015. And whereas Sunset has fostered generations of excellence, from athletic championships and musical achievement to academic success, enhancing the cultural and civic life of Dallas County. And whereas the school holds a distinguished record of service with alumni who defended our nation during World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War, and whose sacrifice is honored with plaques displayed on campus. And whereas the Bison Sunset proud mascot continues to symbolize the school's 3 guiding pillars: spirit, knowledge, and friendship, values that reflect the strength and resilience of the Oak Cliff community and Dallas County as a whole. And whereas for 100 years, thousands of Sunset graduates have gone to serve as leaders and professionals, strengthening the vitality of Dallas County and beyond. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize and honors Sunset High School on its centennial anniversary. We commend the school for its historic legacy, outstanding contributions to public education, and its enduring impact on the people of Dallas County and our communities. And I so move.
Second. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Principal Lee.
Thank you. My name is David Lee, and I am the proud principal of Sunset High School in Dallas Independent School District. I want to first start off by really giving a big thank you and acknowledgement to County Judge Jenkins. I don't know if you remember, but we met for the first time when you visited Hector P. Garcia Middle School when I was the principal at that school, sir.
I'm Principal of the Year.
Yes, thank you. And then I would definitely like to give a very special thank you to Commissioner Dr. Elba Garcia. When you talk about servant leadership, she epitomizes that value and that term. She's always in our schools, always in our communities, and always here to support Sunset High School and also the Oak Cliff community. Sunset is an amazing school. You know, and I didn't know we had that connection with your father, Judge, because I'm going to pull a yearbook and look up your father in the 1946 yearbook. So, you know, Sunset is an amazing, amazing school. It's rich in heritage and rich in tradition. First opened its doors in 1925, 1926. A little history on Sunset. We were actually the second high school in Oak Cliff, second to Oak Cliff High School. And because of the overflow, they built Sunset High School in 1920, or opened the doors in 1925. Oak Cliff High School is now called Adamson High School, by the way. Sunset was the 4th high school in Dallas when it first opened. Now we are one of 34 high schools in Dallas ISD. Sunset has many, many accomplishments and recognitions. I'm, really surrounded by the pride and joy of Sunset. Of course, the amazing staff here at Sunset, but most importantly, the students behind me. We represent what the future of Dallas IC and Sunset High School can be. We celebrated the centennial, 100 years, but we look forward to the next 100 years and all the accomplishments that can bring. Some of you might have watched the Dallas Cowboys game, very exciting game, but during the halftime show, we were able to represent Dallas as Sunset Folklorical team, who were able to come out and represent and showcase Dallas ISD and Sunset High School during that game. We are celebrating our Centennial Week this week. So on Thursday, we have a Centennial football game versus Newman Smith High School. It's going to be at Sprague Stadium, so please come out. If you have never seen a Sunset performance, especially the halftime show performance, please come out and support our schools and really celebrate with us for our amazing Centennial celebration. Some of the students behind me will be showcased in our Centennial performance. And then on this Saturday, the 20th, we have our Centennial kickoff. We'll be doing a ribbon cutting on our school for the new additions for our school. And then obviously we'll have our community come out, we'll have our Sunset Parade, and we welcome all of the community to come out and help us celebrate Sunset High School. Again, it is my honor to be here to represent Sunset High School. Thank you so much for all of your support and the recognition that you've given Sunset High School. On behalf of Sunset High School and Dallas Independent School District, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, son. You want for a picture?
Well, I just wanted to say, as probably the only person up here who actually worked for Dallas ISD before I was elected, Sunset was always a shining example, I think, shining model of good things that are going on in Dallas County and for Dallas ISD. And just that continuing process of and doing things right. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Congratulations on 100 years. I mean, that is amazing. So thanks for coming out. And you were busy yesterday, you're busy today, and I have a suspicion that you're going to be busy tomorrow too. So keep it up. Thank you.
Young man, you with those medals around your neck, are you part of that team in the morning that runs around Lake Cliff?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. 5:30 in the morning. Got you.
Oh, yeah, Sunset.
That's a cross-country team. I know.
I mean, not only the cross country from Adamson, Sunset as well.
A.C. Lewis. If you look him up, A.C. Lewis.
Yes, sir.
How many plates?
Did you get a picture of this?
You mind taking a picture? Thank you. And I was at the game, and we saw you. I had a former police chief, David Brown, and a couple of graduates of Bishop Dunn. So we had you, and I'm Waxahachie. So we had you surrounded, and we watched you.
Oh, that's awesome.
Y'all did great.
Can
Okay.
I ask one of y'all?
Sure.
Yeah.
One more. Okay. Thank you all. I felt so proud to see Sunset High School at the halftime at AT&T Stadium. And of course, go Cowboys, right?
Go Cowboys. What a game.
Well, good luck. We'll see you on Saturday.
Y'all were great, and those dudes from Mexico, the singing guys, they were great.
Those dudes was one of the best mariachis.
Yeah, one of the best
George.
mariachis ever.
And Mariachi Vargas de Tepatitlán.
Hey, so we're gonna go a little out of order so we can get everybody back to work. We're gonna do employees of the, well, back in order actually. We're gonna do employees of the month, but then we're gonna do the retirement of Janet Lusk because all of our magistrates are here. Sorry, I'm having a hard time finding words this morning for some reason. All right, so next is our employees of the month. If you are an employee of the month, will you please come forward? And that resolution, I recognize one of those employees of the month because he worked for me. All right, and that resolution reads as follows. Whereas since 2012, Dallas County has recognized outstanding employees through our employee recognition program. Each month, select employees are formally recognized by the Commissioners Court at a designated session where their names are written in the record of Dallas County. And whereas this annual program allows elected officials and department directors to publicly salute employees who rise to the challenge of public service and represent the first-class public sector organization we strive to be. And whereas the employees recognized today have been chosen for their hard work and dedication to meeting the demands of their individual positions and the overall strategic plan set each year by the Commissioners Court. And whereas for those who interact with Dallas County, our employees represent who we are as a public entity. The efforts by the employees listed below ensure that the public sees Dallas County at its best. These recognized employees perform above expectation. I lost my place there. Perform above expectation and ensure that Dallas County continues to be a regional leader and the destination of choice for residents and businesses. The Dallas County Employee Recognition Program sets each of them apart as a model employee worthy of this honor. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby salute these employees: Gilbert Garcia, County Clerk; Bibiana Castillo, Criminal Justice; Christina Bryant, District Clerk; Bruce Nixon, RN, Health and Human Services; Robert Valls, Homeland Security and Emergency Management; Terry Crenshaw, Juvenile; Danielle Spillman, Pretrial; Naila Ramos, Pretrial; Aaron Weiss, Sheriff; Cortland Brown, Sheriff; Brenda Johnson, Sheriff; Leslie Pinter, Tax Office; and Star Maddox with the Treasurer. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Well, I'd ask for any comments, but I bet Robert's got a bunch to tell us how we can do better. Would y'all like to come up and take a picture?
Before you do that, I just want to say we cannot do it without you. So thank you.
Come on.
How are you? Doing great. Your Sooners are looking pretty good. Hey, hey.
Hello. Congratulations.
Hello, hello. How are you? Welcome. Congratulations.
All right, this means your name is in the raffle for Employee of the Year.
Good to see you. Congratulations.
Not raffle.
I love the guayabera.
Chef, you didn't bring no food?
Oops.
Okay.
Oops. Commissioner, they just put you on the time.
Oh, yeah, no, she knows when she's out there at Lee Todd cooking with the kids. Hey, that's it.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for
appreciate
everything.
all
Felicidades.
Thanks
Congratulations.
for y'all's work. Thank you.
Take care. Good to see you all.
Robert, thanks.
Congratulations.
Hey, man.
Culinary.
All right.
Congratulations. Oh my God. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't know that. Hello, how are you?
At the juvenile department, she's responsible for culinary, lead to our program and other program Rise.
Oh, you knew that? Oh,
Great.
good work. Okay.
All right, and our next.
Next resolution is mine, and it's
No,
for...
no, we're going out of order. I'm sorry, so we can get our magistrates back to
Okay.
to work, because we got
All right.
7 magistrates
That's-
here. So our next resolution, and then we'll go back in order, is the retirement of Honorable Janet Lusk, and that is Commissioner Summerman.
There we go. You're all there. Good, excellent. Thank you so much. It is my honor to do this resolution. Whereas the Honorable Janet Lusk is a native Texan, having been born in Victoria, Texas, and later moving to Grand Prairie, where she graduated from Grand Prairie High School as class valedictorian.
Ooh.
Wow.
Judge Lusk completed her Bachelor's of Arts in Philosophy from the University of Texas in Austin in 1982 and continued her education at the University of Houston Law Center, where she completed her Juris Doctorate degree in 1985. Whereas in 1984, the Honorable Janet Lusk began her legal career as a law clerk for Whitmer, Shepard, and Polikoff, and has subsequently hired full-time practicing in the areas of bankruptcy, personal injury, and family law. In 1986, Judge Lusk began her 11-and-a-half-year tenure in the Dallas County District Attorney's Office as an assistant district attorney, where she worked in the trial division for both misdemeanor and felony courts, including as an assistant supervisor in the misdemeanor division, as well as the gang unit chief. Judge Lusk served her last 4 years with the district attorney's office as chief felony prosecutor. Judge Lusk was the lead prosecutor in over 100 felony jury trials, assistant prosecutor in over 300 felony jury trials, and supervisor of thousands of criminal cases to disposition. After her second child was born in 1997, Judge Lusk left the district attorney's office to work part-time for 19 years as a Dallas Criminal District Court magistrate. In 2016, Judge Lusk transitioned into a full-time county magistrate, where she consistently went above and beyond, delivering outstanding performance until her retirement. Whereas during her leisure, Judge Lusk enjoys playing tennis, walking, reading, and crocheting. She is an active member of the All Saints Catholic Church. Judge Lusk enjoys traveling in both the U.S. and abroad and looks forward to many more adventures during retirement. Judge Lusk has been happily married to her husband of 32 years, Tom Lusk. She is the mother of 2 exceptional daughters, Diane Lusk Richard and Gina Lusk. Judge Lusk is also recently the proud grandmother to her firstborn grandson, Jack Thomas Richard, and looks forward to spending time with him. Whereas the Dallas County Commissioners Court offers our profound gratitude to the Honorable Janet Lusk for sharing her expertise and dedication to the citizens of Dallas County for the past 39 years. We honor her for the outstanding contributions and sacrifices she has made not only to Dallas County, but to the state of Texas and beyond. She has been a tireless example of fairness, justice, and for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby congratulate the Honorable Janet Lusk for achieving this major milestone. Her service is distinguished by an exceptional commitment to the highest standards of law, sincere appreciation, and unfailing commitment to our county. We wish her all the best in the next chapter of her life with gratitude, and we thank you, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Judge Summers?
Thank you, Commissioners Court. Good morning. I'm Chief Magistrate Summers, and it is my privilege and honor to introduce Judge Janet Lusk. She's actually the judge who trained me how to do my job as magistrate. And the first things that I noticed about her was her impeccable insistence on detail in her notes, her calm judicial presence. She expected nothing but excellence out of me, perfection. That was the expectation, not the goal. We didn't reach to that. When I didn't make my expectation, she made sure to let me know. And it was, not only did she motivate me in that way, but what she just found out recently is when I would go home after my shift at 7 o'clock in the morning, I would log in immediately to see what notes she had made for me on my judicial comments, to see what ways that I could improve, what ways that I had made errors so that I could continue to exceed or reach that
goal of perfection from Judge Lusk. But what is most important to me is the way that she motivated me, and she's motivated all of our magistrates. There was a time where I was struggling. I didn't feel like my work product was being noticed. I wasn't sure if I was actually doing a good job, and I was struggling to make connections with my fellow coworkers. And it was Thanksgiving, and you know, when you're working the night shift, you essentially are in a different time zone than all your friends as well. So it was a tough time, and she left me a note. She left me some baked goods in my locker and left me a note telling me that she appreciated all the work that I did. To me, that was all the motivation that I needed to hear from her for the rest of my career. And I've kept that note, and I keep it by my wallet every single morning, so that the first thing I see when I go into work is that motivational note that she left for me. But these are stories that it's not just me, it's every single magistrate that she has touched over the over the time that she was a magistrate, but for Dallas County, over the 39 years that she has worked for Dallas County. She has, in the modern era of magistrates, she has trained just about every single one of us. And for myself, and on behalf of the magistrates, behalf of a grateful Dallas County, Judge Lusk, we thank you, and we thank you for your hard work.
Judge, before you say something, I can say that going in and out of that facility, I would always see your face. I didn't know what shift you were working, but we would always see you. And of course, one of the things and I don't know if he was a part of it, but you advocated for the magistrates. I was in those previous courts where you did not feel like that the magistrates were equitably compensated, and you advocated for them. But you could advocate because you were always there, whether we popped up at night, in the evening, or if I popped up early in the morning. You seemed to always be there. So I didn't know what shift you worked, and that's good. You were always there. So I just want to say thank you, too. Thank you for your service.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Summerman, Judge Jenkins, Commissioners Court, and Chief Magistrate Summers. I appreciate all your kind words, the time and effort you took to honor me with this resolution today. And I have had so many wonderful moments in my career here at Dallas County. I always wanted to be a prosecutor, and I couldn't think of a better place to be one than Dallas County. And luckily, I was hired by the District Attorney, Chief Henry Wade, on his last year as DA in March 1986. I had a lot of trials during my time as a prosecutor, but one of my very favorite was my first lead as a prosecutor. It was a DWI, no test case. There was no test that was taken by the defendant, so all I had was the testimony from the officer, driving facts, and the law. My trial was in front of my first judge, Judge Berlin Brashear, County Criminal Court number 6. He was awesome. I won the case, got my first guilty as the lead prosecutor, but then a couple of days later, I was summoned to Mr. Wade's office. Of course, as a new prosecutor, I was a bit afraid what was going down when you get summoned to your boss's office. However, Mr. Wade told me that Judge Brashear had sent him a letter praising me on how well I had done in my first lead trial. Mr. Wade then gave me a $100 check from his discretionary fund as a bonus for my hard work. An atta-girl so early in my career like that meant more to me than Chief Wade or Judge Brashear could ever know. Such positive reinforcement motivated me as an assistant DA, and it's something that I took with me to do later to others because I knew how much it really meant. And though I loved my job as a prosecutor for over 11 years, life happened also outside the office. I got married to my husband, Tom, who's here today, had 2 children, and then decided to be a stay-at-home mom. Not wanting to leave my profession completely, I was able to get a part-time magistrate position that I'd heard about from a former prosecutor, Terry Landwehr, who's here today. She told me about this position. I got the part-time magistrate position while I was on maternity leave with my second child. I was sworn in as a Dallas County part-time magistrate under Chief Boyd Patterson when my youngest child, Jenna, was 3 months old. I kept that part-time position for 19 years. And Judge Price, you might have seen me at any of those times because as a part-timer, I had to be available 7 to 3 a.m., 3 to 11 p.m., or deep night, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Whenever we were called to duty, we had to be there. After 19 years as a part-timer, though, I looked around my family. My husband, he was still working full-time. Our 2 children were in college. Diane, my oldest, she was a junior at UT Austin by that time. And my youngest, who was 3 months old when I started, was now a sophomore at Texas A&M College Station. I thought I better get to work full-time also. So I applied and got a full-time magistrate job here at Dallas County and have now completed 9 years in that position. Never in my wildest dreams would I ever have thought in March 1986 when the DA, Henry Wade, hired me as an assistant that I would still be with the county over 39 years later. A lot has changed over these years, and I think we all know that. The way that cases are prosecuted, investigated, the way that bail and bond conditions are set, it's all different. The use of computers instead of carbon copy arraignment sheets, which is what we used when I was first a part-time magistrate. The volume of cases out the roof. We can hardly keep up. We've all had to adapt, and we continue to adapt. However, I couldn't have made it this far without the support of my husband, Tom, our children, Diane and Jenna, our son-in-law, Blake, my family, friends, colleagues, and so many others. You know, cases and inmates came through the jail, and they were often hard to believe. Fact is definitely stranger than fiction, and it's true, you can't make this stuff up. What an experience it has been to be an assistant DA and magistrate for Dallas County. I will miss it. There's no doubt, I will miss it. And my family and friends are gonna miss a lot of good stories. Working in the courts and jail have opened my eyes to all of society, the good, the bad, the rich, the poor. You know it, they came through the courts, they came through the jail, we've seen it all. It has taught me to keep things in perspective and know that my life is good. It has been an absolute honor to serve Dallas County over the years. I will leave on October 3rd knowing that I did the best that I could for the people of Dallas County, but will also know that Dallas County will be in good hands with those who take my place. But come on, let's face it, the real reason I'm leaving my job right now is to spend time with my 11-week-old grandson, Jack Thomas, who made me a grandmother on July 1st this year. Life goes on. I'm blessed. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up for a quick.
Yeah, please come forward. And for the record, so be Judge Berlin Bashir was the first African-American judge on the criminal side of the bench, appointed by the Commissioner's Court. A guy named Roy Orr, Jim Tyson, John Whittington, not without some arm twisting.
John Thomas is lucky to have you.
Yes, there we go. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Congratulations. I knew you were going to say grandkids.
Oh, okay. She worked. That's the reason. She was always there. Judge. Thank you, Judge.
All right, we're back to the way it looks on our agenda, and Dr. Garcia, you've got the next resolution.
Yes, Judge, colleagues, members of the audience, the next resolution is to Debes Creer en Ti, DCET resolution. and their director and CEO, Ms. Elvia Wallace Martinez, is here with us, with her husband Manuel as well. I see him here. I will ask them to come forward. And I have to say that since the moment I met Elvia, I knew I was meeting a fighter. I knew she will continue to fight for resources to educate the people that need it the most. So with that, the resolution reads as follows, as we celebrate 30 years. Whereas DCET Inc. is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation founded in 1995, whose name derives from the Spanish phrase, debes creer en ti, meaning you must believe in yourself. This guiding principle reflects its mission to empower and uplift the Latino immigrant community. And whereas for 30 years, DCET has offered intergenerational programs that help families in their process of adapting to American culture and become productive, engaged members of society. And whereas DCET supports families primarily from economically disadvantaged backgrounds who often face significant barriers to education and employment, making DCET services a vital resource for academic achievement, workforce readiness, and community engagement. And whereas DCET has partnered with the City of Irving and the City of Grand Prairie to advance shared goals of literacy, cultural awareness, and family empowerment. And whereas through its community learning centers La Escuelita in Irving and Grand Prairie, DCET has supported first-generation families whose children often enter the school system needing language assistance and cultural integration. And whereas, as part of its 30-year anniversary, DCET will host a gala with the theme celebrating the diversity and excellence in education, featuring a special performance by musician Tony Melendez and honoring community members with the Silent Hero Azteca Awards, which recognize individuals who quietly and selflessly strengthen the community through service, generosity, and dedication to the well-being of others. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize and commend DCET Inc. on its 30-year anniversary. We congratulate the organization for its dedication to literacy, cultural integration, and community service, and I so move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by the usual sound of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chair is in the affirmative. Dr. Garcia.
Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Yes, unanimous.
Okay. Elvia.
Well, I have a long name. It's Elvia Rosa Wallace Gonzalez de Martinez. So please just call me Nina. And this is Nino, my husband, my adorable husband of 40-some years. I am very thankful and privileged to be here today. I've been here several times bringing students and when I was a court interpreter, but I've never been personally receiving a resolution or honored by the County of Dallas, State of Texas. So I feel that this privilege had been given to me by God, first of all. And I know that all those 30 years of volunteer service, pro bono, had already been paid off because the success stories that we can share with you are unbelievable. People that did not know how to write and read in Spanish, they could not learn English as a second language. Therefore, they could never go through a citizenship test. So we're that little bridge. We are that, cover that gap, and we're happy to just let you know that we kind of brainstorm about how can we assist immigrants in that process of assimilation, acculturation, and integration, which is very hard. So we came up with ATIC, A-T like Thomas, I, India, C like Charles, and that's the Adult transition, immersion to citizenship. So that's from Spanish literacy, and then we're very proud to represent the government of Mexico in their Department of Education's field ministry. So we are certified curricula for anybody that cannot know how to even hold a pencil. Spanish literacy is the transition to elementary, and then junior high school, and then GED, and then college. We've already had graduates that are already through community colleges getting there. So we're very proud of that, and we visualize that virtues and values in our Hispanic community and other cultures too, are always being sticking together with the kids and the grandpas and even the dog and the parakeet. So the point is that we came up to come 30 years ago to bring a folklorico, a dance classes and mariachi classes for those that wanted to, learn the culture of our country, Mexico, and other Latin American countries. So we partner with the city of Irving, whereas we would have those activity rooms for free, and then all the kids are dancing, and in other activity rooms, parents are learning how to write and read, and learning ESL as a second language, and GED, and computer classes. So we are now proud that we can serve other non-Hispanic cultures. We teach GED in English, and we also teach computer literacy in English. And we have had, of course, not that many, but a good little amount of other countries like India, Pakistan, Persian students that are getting there to being prepared for citizenship. And I'm gladly sharing with you that I'm hearing impaired. I don't hear 100%. But guess what? I have an application, an app, and everything that you say and I say is recorded here in writing. And my husband should be here backing me up instead of taking pictures, because without him, I wouldn't be here. Thank you very much. And I'm glad he didn't do then stop speaking. That is still functioning. Thank you very much, and God bless Dr. Elba Garcia. You're my inspiration, and you're somebody I met 30-some years ago, and I knew when I met you, and I had an accent, and you said, don't worry, we're sharing the same thought. We have to perfect our pronunciation in English. So we're there, so Viva Mexico and all the Latin American countries that are celebrating Hispanic heritage today, this whole month. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That accent, so hey. Thank you. You want to come forward? Our team can take some of the pictures, Elvia. Ahí está Alan. Come on, Manuel, Elvia.
Okay. See, we're almost 80 and 90, okay?
Thank you.
40-something years maybe, okay. Commissioner Daniels.
Is it my turn? Is it my turn?
Yes.
Thank you very much. This is the last resolution of the day. But I would like to say that does not lessen the importance. You all know that county government is public health and public safety. And you've heard this morning a number of resolutions addressing the variety of things that is on our plate because of that. I hate to say that sometimes we are not always successful. So as we go along, there are a number of people, I think, who are here who support the Suicide Prevention Month. So if you please come forward at this time. Whereas September 2025 is recognized nationally as Suicide Prevention Month, a designated time to raise awareness, promote open dialogue, reduce stigma, and advocate for systemic change to prevent suicide. And whereas the theme for 2025, Changing the Narrative on Suicide, emphasizes fostering compassionate conversations, challenging misconceptions, and addressing systemic barriers such as healthcare disparities, socioeconomic factors, and cultural stigmas that hinder access to mental health support. And whereas suicide remains a significant public health concern, with approximately 49,000 lives lost annually in the United States, including over 4,000 in Texas, that an average of one death every 11 minutes nationwide, underscoring the urgent need for comprehensive prevention strategies. In the United States, suicide is the second leading cause of death among people aged 10 through 24, and the 11th leading cause of death overall. This highlights the critical importance of early intervention, youth mental health services, and community-based programs. And whereas every year, 1 in 20 U.S. adults, that's 5%, you're right, experience serious thoughts of suicide, with males accounting for 79% of all suicide deaths, and being 4 times more likely to die by suicide than females. This emphasizes the need to tailor prevention efforts to at-risk populations. And whereas certain populations are disproportionately affected, including men, who account for that 79% of all suicide deaths, and marginalized groups such as LGBTQ plus youth, Native Americans, and Black communities. These individuals face higher risks due to social inequities, systemic discrimination, and barriers to culturally competent mental health care. And whereas the mental health crisis is exacerbated by limited access to mental health services, pervasive stigma surrounding mental illness and social determinants such as poverty, housing instability, and lack of education, making community awareness, resource accessibility, and culturally sensitive outreach vital. And whereas the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is a critical resource providing immediate confidential support 24/7 to individuals in crisis, helping to connect those in need with appropriate care and intervention. And whereas our community must unite to destigmatize mental health, educate the public on risk factors and warning signs, promote available resources, and implement preventive measures to save lives and improve overall mental health outcomes. Whereas we wish to recognize and express our deepest appreciation for Margie Wright of the Suicide and Crisis Center, who regretfully could not be here today, and John Dornheim of Dallas County, who have been instrumental in advancing suicide awareness and prevention efforts over the years. Both have taken the lead in organizing the annual Suicide Prevention Awareness event, demonstrating unwavering dedication and hard work on this vital issue. Although they are unable to join us this year, we want to acknowledge their significant contributions and thank them for their ongoing commitment to saving lives. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court proudly designates September as National Suicide Prevention Month. We urge government officials at all levels, public health professionals, community leaders, educators, residents, and stakeholders to collaborate in the shared commitment of suicide prevention for those suffering in silence. The Dallas County community is invited to join Dallas County, the Dallas Independent School District, the Greater Dallas Suicide Prevention Coalition, and local leaders on September 30th, 2025, from 10:30 to 12 for the annual Suicide Awareness and Prevention Program. This significant event will be held in the ceremonial room on the 6th floor of the Dallas County Records Building. And you all know that if you've known me for longer than 15 minutes, you know that there are 2 rules. Rule number 1, we do nothing by ourselves. And the testimony is right there of all of you who work together. What's rule number 2? We are not done yet. So together, let us raise awareness, foster understanding, and take meaningful action to support those in need and prevent future tragedies. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Are there words of wisdom that you would like to share with us?
I guess I'll go first to get out the way. My name is Yasmin Diaz. I'm Metro Care's Community Outreach and Public Affairs Coordinator. So suicide awareness is not only about recognizing warning signs, but also creating spaces where people feel safe to speak openly about their pain. It is our responsibility as professionals, loved ones, and community members to reduce stigma, listen without judgment, and offer support. At Metro Care, we have a tremendous amount of programs for every stage of life of an individual, one of those being Suicide Prevention and Resilience in Children, SPARK. The focus of this therapy is on teaching skills to reduce factors related to suicidal thoughts and behaviors. We do have a 24/7 crisis line, and that's 214-743-1215. So please contact us if you need a local resource for mental health services. We dispatch at any time of day and night, and we will bring them back to our clinical sites if it's open during our days to take care of those needs. And I can't wait to see you all next week at our Hillside campus ribbon cutting. It's going to be very exciting to continue to fight the stigma regarding mental health care.
Thank you very much, Metro Care.
Good morning. My name is Miriam Sharma, and I'm a volunteer with our local Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America group. It's an honor to be here today as we recognize September as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Thank you, Dr. Daniel. Thank you to all the members of this court. Thank you, Judge Jenkins, for sharing so openly about your personal experiences with this topic. Thank you to each of the organizations here today, excuse me, standing in solidarity and recognizing that suicide deaths are preventable. With the knowledge that more than half of all suicide deaths in Texas and in the United States are by firearm, it is paramount that we talk about the role of guns in suicide. It is also crucial that we normalize conversations around mental health and provide resources to our community, which is what we're working on doing currently. Appreciate that. We must amplify the importance of secure storage of firearms in homes and vehicles. A friend of mine from high school would still be alive today had his parents restricted his access to the firearm in their home. Our Moms Demand Action chapter is looking forward to supporting your event. The Stepping Forward, Changing the Narrative on Suicide, One Shoe at a Time, on September 30th. It's wonderful to see that this proclamation declaring September National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month has action behind it. Thank you for your time and your support to help more in our community live happy and healthy lives.
We're not done yet.
We're not done yet. Thank you.
I too want to thank Dr. Daniels, the rest of the commission, for making us aware once again and raising this dark subject publicly. I'm Scott Spryer. I'm an ambassador with Giffords Gun Owners for Safety and a survivor of suicide ideation. 4 decades ago, after a breakup of my marriage, I decided to end my life. I went so far as to try to buy a gun. But before I could get a gun, friends and a very good therapist intervened. I found myself first in handcuffs, then in a hospital psych ward, and there I received life-saving care. Others aren't so lucky. Today, fueled by our divisive political and social culture, of fear and hate, as well as the endless bloviation of social media, depression is on the rise, and with it, suicide. On the average in Texas, one person is killed every 2 hours by gun violence. 59% of Texas gun deaths are suicides. The suicide rate in Texas has gone up by 30% in the last 20 years. White men over 75, of which I'm one, are the most likely to die of suicides these days. And let's not forget our veterans, of which I'm one. Nationally, suicide is the second leading cause of men who are veterans, who are 18 to 44, and women 18 to 34. Powerful those statistics are, they don't tell the whole story. They don't tell the collateral damage of broken hearts, broken families, and the loss and grief that never dies. We must continue to work to end this carnage. No, we don't need to kill the Second Amendment. What we need are some basic regulations, like red flag laws and safe storage laws, neither of which we have in Texas. It's just common sense to keep your gun locked up. When not in use, my firearms are in a safe, along with all my wife's jewelry and silver and stuff. It's sort of half guns, half hers. My wife also has a key that overrides the combination. So because I've suffered chronic depression, she can lock up the safe and I can't get in it, if need be. We've got a deal. Look, I love my guns. Honestly, I'd rather be out in the country today hunting dove than here. But frankly, as a gun owner in the world we live in, and one who almost ended his own life with a gun, it's much more important to be here doing what I can to end the fear, the carnage, the grief, the sorrow of suicide and gun violence. And as our county's elected leaders, we hope you continue the fight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Walter Taylor with North Taylor. Thank all of you all, Commissioner Daniel, for sponsoring this resolution. Suicide affects all groups. Over the last probably 20 to 30 years, we've seen it rise in Black and brown communities. And so I just really appreciate the resolution where you cited LGBTQ, but also Black and brown communities, because for years, we didn't think it impacted us. But I was at a meeting just Sunday giving a talk to some young Kappa Alpha Psi Leaguers, and a father approached me about his 16-year-old son who had went and got his gun and was contemplating suicide. And so just thank you for just acknowledging and for the work that y'all do and just highlighting it. In Dallas County, we talk about mental health, we talk about substance use, we talk about suicide, and it's important that it continues to be normalized so that people say that it's okay not to be okay. It's okay to get the help you need, and we're here to bring hope and healing. And so really just appreciate all of y'all and everything you do. So thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Other thoughts? Now we got one more.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Smart.
I'll be quick. Sorry. I know we've been here a lot lately. I just want to say thank you again. And I'm with Be Smart. My name is Mary Carey Peterson. I'm the lead for Dallas County. The R in Be Smart stands for recognize the role of guns in suicide. And as Scott mentioned, we know that unsecured firearms in a home can greatly increase the risk of suicide, including with adolescents who may act before ever having the opportunity to receive counseling or other interventions. I have been personally impacted by gun suicide and know how absolutely devastating it is. My hope is that by bringing awareness to this important topic, individuals may choose to secure their guns at home or temporarily remove them in the event someone in their household is experiencing a mental health crisis. Again, thank you very much for your time today, and always, we appreciate you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, yeah, she's telling us it's 11 o'clock.
I sat outside for a minute this morning before coming in the garage to give Burris's cell phone to somebody whose family member was suffering. You'll probably get them.
Janie, you ought to be up here. Janie, come join us.
Got it.
Thank you, Miss Janie. It's good to see you.
I'll email them to you.
One more. And I'm sorry.
Oh, there's somebody else that still want me to do another. Okay. Did I miss Parkland? Where's Parkland? It's 11 o'clock. Where's,
Good to see you as always.
Really appreciate all you do.
how are you?
How you doing? Good to see you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Dr. Solis. Good to see you.
Is Parkland, did I miss something? Are they not, they're not, they're coming in?
Thank you.
That's,
It's run.
it's just a matter of.
Okay.
We've already done it, so
Okay.
it's a matter.
We're just going to do
All
the
right, so,
It's
let
11
me get to
o'clock.
that real quick.
phone. Okay, Judge. Call
I
the
gotcha.
public hearing.
Motion to
right.
open the public hearing, Judge, with regards to the Dallas
All
County.
right, is there a second?
Second.
All right.
Moved by Commissioner Price, second by Commissioner.
All those in favor of opening the public hearing, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right, we're gonna have to have a brief discussion, very brief, because we've already done it last week. But who wants to lead that brief discussion? Is that gonna be you or?
I'll read in their budget,
Great.
and then you guys can discuss it. Staff has proposed and the board has approved an FY 2026 operating budget totaling $3,139,930,000. Whereas staff has also proposed and the board has approved FY 26 ongoing capital budget in amount of $132,900,000.
And Dr. Watkins, just for the record, this is Parkland budget.
Yes,
that we are
Parkland's
appro-
budget, FY 26 budget.
And as the judge said, we already discussed it, and it's the same tax rate as they have last year.
Yes, staff has proposed and the board has approved a tax rate of
21200.
.21200 per $100 valuation.
Okay.
While it's in the document, I think we still need to read that back into the record today.
Yeah, I think you've gotta read.
When we
Okay.
get to the right.
I have the language.
Okay, go
Judge,
ahead.
if you want me to.
But no, not just that language, but this language.
Oh, yeah, the one
The
that is in the
fiscal, the
agenda.
fiscal year,
At this point, we're talking about the budget, so if you'll just read the taxpayer impact statement, and then at the next public hearing, you can read the other language.
the taxpayer impact statement.
Which is what we have in the,
Does the
The
movement,
deal.
does the movement want it?
Yes, do you move, I moved it and just said, the fiscal year 2025 tax rate.
No, sir, you're
This
in
is
the
it right
public hearing for the budget.
Oh, just as, oh, no.
And so
I'm-
you need
she-
to
I'm
read
gonna
the
let her-
taxpayer
she-
impact statement, call for any speakers, and then close this
okay,
hearing.
got it.
You can read that.
Okay, the tax statement reads as follows. I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption
No,
of the
Dr.
tax.
Garcia, that's not the taxpayer impact statement.
Okay.
That's the one for the tax rate.
Okay, what?
So for
Okay,
the tax
so
statement is,
I
well,
thought I was reading the
Commissioner Price was reading
We do,
it.
we do
Well,
budget, we
here,
do
I've
budget
got it.
first.
I've got it. Here
then
we go.
tax rate.
Here we go.
I believe Judge Jenkins has it.
Texas Government Code 551.043, HB 1522, Taxpayer Impact Statement Notice. The fiscal year 2025, tax year 2024, adopted tax rate of .212000 per $100 of value on the median homestead taxable value of $231,335 resulted in a $490.43 tax on the median homestead. The proposed fiscal year 2026 tax year 2025 budget, based on a proposed tax rate of .212000 per $100 of value on the median homestead taxable value of $247,900, would result in a $525.55 tax on the median homestead. The adoption of a balanced budget funded at the no new revenue rate of .199303 per $100 of value on the median homestead taxable value of $247,900 would result in a $494.07 tax on the median homestead. Got it?
That's where I was going. I don't know what the hell his voice sounded.
All right.
Gotcha.
Sorry, we got it done. That's it. Teamwork makes a dream work, right?
Yep.
All right. Any discussion from up here before I call for our public speakers? All right. Hearing none. Are there any public speakers restricted to the tax, the budget, the budget at Parkland? That's any public speakers on the Parkland budget? Any public speakers on the Parkland budget? Hearing none, is there a motion to close?
Motion to close the public hearing for Parkland Hospital District Budget Fiscal Year 2026.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And that passes, any opposed? Passes unanimously. All right, next is the FY 2026 tax year 2025 proposed tax rate and public notice regarding the rate and public hearing. And those have been prominently posted on the Parkland website at https://www.parklandhealth.org/reports/disclosures.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. Will someone take us briefly through that?
The staff has proposed and the board has approved a tax rate of .212000 per $100 valuation for tax year 2025 and the proposed fiscal year 2026.
All right.
And Dr. Garcia, are you going to read?
Yes, I move that the property tax be increased by the adoption of tax rate of 0.212000, which is effectively a 6.37% increase in the tax rate.
Second.
All right. On discussion, I do want to point something out on our discussion for the people watching online or whoever. Even at the no new revenue rate for Parkland, you just heard that in the taxpayer impact statement, it was a significantly higher amount of money, and this comes from a variety of factors, but mainly that the state gave a big tax break to business personal property taxes, and so that reapportions to homeowners. So even at the no new revenue rate, you would have a higher number. This rate that we're talking about, just for people to know, is the same rate that Parkland charged last year. So if anyone is upset with Parkland, don't get upset with Parkland, get upset with the people who jimmied with the tax code.
Well, I'm gonna throw it in, and it's strictly my comment. The state sees themselves as being benevolent, but let me just tell you, $300 billion. They need $55 billion just to buy down the tax rate. $55 billion. So don't act like we ain't having to pay for it. We're paying for it through the state. Nobody ever says that. And I went out on that comptroller site. That's the problem when I fool around and get just a little too much time. $55 billion to buy down. So there's no great favor. Just wanted to, that's my comment, not the courts.
And just for the record, Mr. Ames, can you also say why the statement that I just read says increase even when it's the same tax rate?
Well, so Dr. Garcia, that statement will be what you will read when we actually take the tax rate up in a few minutes. This is just the public hearing. But basically, there are many more factors included. There's an 82-line calculation, and one of those factors is that there are new improvements, there are homestead caps, there are circuit breaker caps, so all those are taken into effect. So overall, the aggregate of the taxes, not for an individual, but the aggregate for Parkland's taxes will go up 6.37%.
Correct. What Commissioner Price mentioned for the record as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Ames, as always.
And now we'll hear from our public speakers. And I didn't do this before. We hadn't had any public speakers yet. But will the bailiff please read the rules of decorum for our public speakers? And this will cover these speakers and any other speakers today.
Yes, sir. All Commissioner Court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Dallas County Code, Section 74-71. Visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personal, impertinent, profane, or slanderous remarks and boisterous conduct are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. And in all applause is to be kept brief and observant of time constraint. Disruptive visitors and registered speakers may be removed and are subject to the penalties provided in the State of Texas Penal Code, Sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and the maximum discussion on any one topic is limited to 30 minutes. Thank you.
Judge?
All right.
For speakers.
Are there any public speakers as to the Parkland tax rate? Are there any public speakers as to the Parkland tax rate? Are there any public speakers as to the Parkland tax rate?
And motion that the tax rate close on Parkland 25.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. And again, anyone who's interested can see the full information about the tax rate and the budget for Parkland at their website, www.parklandhealth.org/report/disclosures. All right.
Now we go to presentations, Judge and Commissioner Price.
Commissioners, if you don't mind, Judge, if you'd suspend the agenda and take Court Order 40 and
That's
41.
what I was getting ready to do.
Okay.
Before you do presentations.
Move
Motion
to
to
suspend the
go ahead.
agenda.
Second.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And move agenda items 40 and 41.
So moved. Second.
They have to be done separately, Commissioners.
Yeah, they gotta be done separately. So you're moving 40.
I am moving 40. I would like to move item number 40 in whatever means John Ames tells me.
Second.
All right, motion by Summerman, second by Price on Court Order 40. Court Order 40 is the Dallas County Hospital District Parkland Health adoption of the fiscal year 2026 budget. We've already talked about this, but are there any further comments before we vote? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and motion carries unanimously. All right.
Court Order 41.
Second.
All right, and Court Order 41 is the Dallas County Hospital District Parkland Health adoption of fiscal year 2026/tax year 2025 tax rate. Is there any further comments from?
Did Commissioner Price, you made that motion?
Yes, I did.
You'll need to read the I move property tax rate be increased into the motion.
I move property tax rate, that's the one I had earlier.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I move the property tax rate to be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.212000, which is effectively a 6.33% increase in the tax rate. Thank you.
Second.
Okay. Is there any unreadiness or further comment? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion also passes unanimously. All right, this takes us back to our presentations.
And Commissioner Price allows me to go first since we have speakers on this item. I move to suspend the rules for the presentation on Yellow Belly.
But I've
Be
already
next.
suspended the agenda. I'll second it.
Suspended, so you're good. This is
Yeah.
Yellow Belly.
Sounds
Yellow.
good. Okay, well then, I know we are having speakers, Mr. White, that are going to, that are virtual, so I will ask you to start looking into that. In the meantime, I want to welcome some of the speakers that are here today. I want to recognize Chief of Police of Grand Prairie, Chief Cessny, which is here today, and he will also like to speak. Honorable Council Member from the City of Irving, David Pfaff, which is here as well, and Honorable Council Member Tony Shotwell. I believe he's virtual. And
Live.
yes, Tony Shotwell, I see you now, behind Tom. Sorry, Honorable, I couldn't see you. With that, I just want to give you, all of you, a warm welcome on this presentation. Thank you for taking the time to joining us this morning and share your perspectives. With growth, challenges have emerged. Obviously, residents in Grand Prairie and South Irving has raised concerns about late-night noise, traffic congestion, and public safety tied to the activity of this Yellow Belly property. So with that, we welcome public input. Our purpose today is to listen to the constituency of Irving and Grand Prairie that have concerns about some of the noise that has come out from the property. So public input is essential for this kind of community briefings. So I welcome, like I say, all perspectives. By considering every voice, I believe we can find the most effective solutions to keep our neighbors and our neighborhoods welcoming for all residents and business alike. So with that, can we have the first speakers? I'm going to have the courtesy, Honorable Shotwell, can you come forward? And then if we will do Chief Cessny and then Councilmember David Pfaff.
While we cannot collaborate and go back and forward, you said noise, you meant issues surrounding this.
Surrounding the
just put it
correct.
on the record.
Thank you,
Issues.
Commissioner. There we go. Honorable Shotwell.
Thank you, Judge Jenkins and Commissioners Court for allowing me this opportunity.
Can you introduce yourself and your name and, for the record, address in Dallas County?
I am going to. My name is Tony Shotwell. My home is at 309 Northeast 31st Street in the great city of Grand Prairie, Texas. And I'm here to represent some people that have got a problem with what's going on currently out at the Yellow Belly Racetrack. I've lived in my house for 38 years. Our neighborhood and Yellow Belly have coexisted very well, peacefully coexisted very well for decades, until the last couple of years. I believe there may have been an operational change out there, and things have just gotten rough. It's mostly loud, low frequency music sounds. Basing is a good word. These systems that they're using out there are ginormous, huge, concert hall style. It goes on till after 1 o'clock in the morning. Basically, the worst night is Sunday night. Kids got to go to school on Monday. It shakes windows, shakes doors. Just the frequency, that low frequency sound, how thunder makes your house shake. It's even louder than the racing cars. It drowns out the racing cars. Dr. Garcia, I know, has received complaints from neighbors as far away as Nimitz High School or Bowie Middle School up in Irving. The operator is very well aware of this, and he claims that he has no responsibility to be a good neighbor. Our police chief, Chief Cesny, gave me a redacted record of calls for services just in 2024. That thick. That thick. Calls for services and complaints. That's printed on both sides of the page. This isn't, this is 2015 urban area. It's not the 1800s Arizona in the Wild West where anything can go on. We're asking you to, this court issues their permit to operate out there. We're asking you to please find some way to limit it to what was going on for decades. For decades we coexisted. Take it back to where it's just the racing is allowed there. They always quit at a normal time, around 11 at night. It doesn't bother us. The racing doesn't bother us. We don't want to make him stop racing. Or I don't. I can't speak for other people. But this other extraneous stuff that's just new, that hasn't happened before, we'd like y'all to help us find a way to make it stop. Y'all are the ones that issue the permits. Now this is going on in a floodway, and partially in a floodplain, and partially in a floodway. We're all aware that what happened down in the hill country, and we know that the state has required new requirements for sirens and that kind of stuff about in the floodways. Grand Prairie has one. It's about a half a mile away from this place. Our emergency management people tell us that the sound of the siren, by the time it reaches there, will be a little bit under 80 decibels. This noise, this music, is up to 85 decibels, so it won't be able to be heard. So if this is continued to be allowed, the county may have to put another siren out there.
Thank you. You're a little over on time. I've been a little loose on that, but thank you so much for visiting with us.
Good morning, Commissioners. First of all, thank you for your service to Dallas County, giving me an opportunity to speak on this issue. Appreciate that. I'll promise to stay under the allotted 3 minutes. Doesn't look like they even hit the button yet. I want to underscore something very quickly that Councilman Shotwell pointed out. You know, when I was a young man and liked to turn up my stereo, we'd put 12-inch woofers in the trunk of the car.
Oh, yeah.
This is not that. This podium I'm standing at is a pretty good size of these speakers that are being taken out there. They are giant and really impacting the quality of life of both Grand Prairie and Irving citizens. Quite loud. But I'm not here to talk to you about the noise. I think he touched on that. I'm concerned about public safety. Our officers, because of the location, the Yellow Belly drag strip is just outside the city limits of Grand Prairie, but quite frankly, response time for a Grand Prairie officer is much quicker. It's just right outside the limits. And I can tell you that we've responded out there numerous times to backup officers that are there. Just a few weeks ago, we've got a call from Dallas. There was an active shooter at the property. Our officers were the first to respond. When we, as you can imagine, that was a pretty large response. And what it turned out to be was people just shooting at the back of the property. The owner felt that our response was excessive. My attitude to that is anytime we get a call for an active shooter, we're going to bring a lot of cops. He's advertising on social media that cops are not allowed inside his property. That's in the public square if you want to take a look at that. Any business that would do that, in my view, is not a friend of law enforcement. Just since March of last year, we've had calls out there, of course, involving the noise, accidents, shootings, stabbings. Commissioners, this drag strip is very unsafe. And our officers have jurisdiction just on the roadway, right outside of the property. We're going to continue to be responsibly aggressive and do everything we can, but we could use any help you could provide us on the property proper. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right.
Honorable Pfaff, and then we go to the list, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge Jenkins, Commissioners Court. I'm David Pfaff, 1408 Nelson Drive, Irving, Texas, City Council, Irving, Texas. I'm here on behalf of the citizens as well with Councilman Shotwell to talk about the noise. I think the police chief did a good thing for the safety of the neighborhood. I'm getting a lot of complaints from our citizens at Irving. On the noise side, we have petitions that people have signed well over 100 names on it, just on noise alone. I've got 2 kids. They play their music loud. They turn it down at 10 o'clock when I tell them to. We're good neighbors in Irving. We want people to have fun, but it's just getting a little out of control late in the night. I'm getting reports till 3 a.m. in the morning on noise from the concerts. And I think it's the concerts on Thursday and Sunday nights that we're getting most of the complaints about. So just take that in consideration. Irving's here to help. Whatever we can do, Police Chief Miller is on board as well. So please let us know what we can do from the Irving side, but from the citizens, we just need to be able to sleep at a good night on Sunday and Thursday nights. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Who's on the?
And now we go to the list of the speakers, Judge.
Well, our first speaker on this issue, we're going to hear on this issue. If you signed up on another issue, you'll be heard either when we get to that issue or at the end. Our first speaker on the list on Yellow Belly is Mark Keski.
Former ISD representative. Mark, good to see you.
Thank you. My name is Mark Zeski. I've lived 38 years in my house in Irving. I just got off the Irving City Council a couple years ago, but I also have a unique perspective here in that I have covered auto racing as a journalist for 40 years, including 25 years with the Dallas Morning News and the Dallas Times-Herald. I went to Yellow Belly as a teenager, so I'm very familiar with the situation, and I love racing. I do think, however, that one of the things that's happened in the world, and I've seen it all over the United States, I've seen it all over Texas, is that tracks get built and they're out in the country, and then the city grows up around it, and they have to relocate or shut down, unfortunately. I'm a big believer in free enterprise, so if a guy can stay in business and make everybody happy, that would be great also. But I would say that they are just, I can't really address the police issues, but I will say that they're just too loud at the wrong times. And consequently, they really need to be held accountable for following what the normal guidelines are. Unfortunately, Grand Prairie and Irving, this is not in either one of those city limits, so it's kind of up to you guys. So I'd appreciate you guys taking a hard look at this and really holding them accountable to do what they say and to follow whatever our guidelines are. I will say, if you're really into eminent domain, it might be a good place for a jail.
Oh. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you,
Mark.
All right.
Okay.
Our next public speaker is Michael McPhail.
I don't know what I did.
Okay. Is he on the? Is he on the? Yes, he's online. Okay.
There he is.
There he is.
There.
Hey, Mike.
You need to unmute.
You need to unmute,
Unmute
Michael.
yourself. Still no audio.
Oh, can you all hear me now?
There you
we
are.
got you.
There you are.
Thank you.
Thank you, members of the court, for allowing me to speak today. I speak today as Vice Chairman of the South Irving Task Force, a group of Irving residents working together in private to improve conditions in the city. We've been hearing complaints for some time about yellow belly, which is relatively new. We didn't hear about this, say, 5 years ago. The noise has become a major problem. Some people have said that in their pier and beam homes, at some points it gets so loud, it not only rattles the windows, it actually makes the floors and walls vibrate. People's kids can't sleep to get up and go to school the next day. It's become a real menace. We thank the Grand Prairie Police Department, Councilman Shotwell from Grand Prairie, the Irving Police Department, Councilman Pfaff, all those who are working so hard to address this issue. But given the fact that the property owner just does not seem to want to change things except only to make them worse, we are concerned about the renewal of the yellow belly permit might allow a continuation of these activities we're asking you to try to stop. So if you do feel compelled to grant this renewal, please put some restrictions on activities as conditions of renewal, such as limit the time of activities to 10 p.m. at the latest, require provably trained and competent security personnel at all times, provide noise control based on the actual effects of the noise created, and strictly control the consumption of alcohol and enforce laws relating to any controlled substance. As, although I have not seen this personally, a number of people are saying that drinking and drug use are getting much worse, and quite honestly, we don't need those people starting fights at Yellow Belly and then getting in their cars and zooming off, doing Lord only knows what on the roadways. We do thank you for your attention to this matter, and we hope that you can clean this up so that Grand Prairie and Irving can go back to being a nice place to live. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
All right, our next speaker on this matter
Tony Patty.
is, well, no, I've got maybe I missed one, but I've got Villa Jorge. That may be backwards.
Tony Patty, and then
Yeah, Tony Panic is signed.
Maybe.
and then Jorge Villa.
And then,
Let's see what you got.
yeah, it's just pulled it off to them.
Okay. Oh, I see that one, but maybe my list is different. Okay, Tony Patty. Let's hear from Tony Patty.
Is he online?
Then Jorge Villa, Mr. White. Correct. Yeah.
Okay, great. Let's do that one. I got his name transposed on here.
Yeah, we are. There is Mr. Villa. He is on camera, Judge.
Yeah, he's on camera, but no audio yet.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, Mr. Villa, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, commissioners, Judge. My name is Jorge Villa. I live in Grand Prairie, the Burbank Gardens neighborhood, which is a mile and a half away from Yellow Belly, which is located at 4702 East Main Street in Grand Prairie. I'm here today on behalf of my family and my community regarding the excessive issues, mainly the noise, from this site. Let me be clear though, the main issue is, like a lot of people here that are about the subject, is not the sound of cars or the racing. The issue is with the noise that's produced, with dozens of cars parked, with massive stereo system, so to say. We viewed these on TikTok, Instagram, as other people here have said about social media. Typically it does It's more prevalent on Sunday nights. Typically, like this past Sunday, it started at about 8:30 p.m. and it lasted till about 2:30-ish in the morning. So this has become obviously a chronic weekly disturbance. Families across Grand Prairie, Irving, and even Dallas are losing sleep. Our children are showing up to school exhausted on Mondays, unable to sleep. I've had to leave personally. I've had to leave work Monday to come back and try to catch up on a little bit of sleep, or even as what happened this past Sunday, ended up getting a little bit of sleep during the day to try to make up for what I already knew was going to come. This is more than a nuisance. It's a public health and, in my opinion, a quality of life issue. I have personally measured sound levels with the Reed 8080 decibel meter. Without the music, our neighborhood is compliant. With Yellow Belly's music, it's well above city thresholds, which in the city alone, section 13277 of the noise ordinance exceeds that where our home is at. Also want to highlight the fact that I'm not in no means, shape, or form in y'all's position or know the laws, but I did look up Texas House Bill 3641. Not sure if that passed or not, but it does give certain regulations to unincorporated areas and enforces violations such as Class C misdemeanors. So again, this racetrack, we all understand it falls in the unincorporated part of Dallas County, but again, this issue has been reported to everybody: Grand Prairie Police, Dallas County Sheriff's Office, the Commissioner's Office, yet the problem continues. We're simply tired, guys. Can't get some sleep in our own home. I'm not new to Grand Prairie. I've lived here for over 30 years, and by all accounts, I still listen to music, but just not on this level. Today we asked that we asked for your help. We're not opposed again to race. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Villa. You're out of time, but we very much appreciate you visiting.
Thank you.
With us. Our next speaker is the Honorable Sharon Barbosa Crane. Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. I hope you can hear me. I don't have a video right now, but I have unmuted myself. So if you would just indicate that you can hear me, that'll be fine.
So,
No,
He needs to be on video.
you have to see the video.
unfortunately, Sharon, the law is that we have to be able to see both your face and your voice. Would you be able to get your video on if we came back to you?
Well, you tell me what to do and I will do it.
Okay.
I had a video of you all to start with, and of everyone who has spoken, including Mr. McPhail.
Okay. Aaron, can you tell her how to get the video on? Usually down there by the mute button, the next one that might have a line through it might be a video camera or a TV screen. And if you
it says start video.
Start video, that's it.
Yeah, that's
okay.
it.
I have pressed that, and it says allow WebBox to access your camera. Go to settings.
Yeah,
allow that.
Okay, I've pressed settings. Now, what do I do that I'm in settings? On camera, it allow, is that it?
Yes.
Yeah, you allow WebEx or whatever it is to get to your camera.
Is she on her phone or is she on, what is she on? What device, what kind of device?
Hey, Sharon, what are you on?
audio's gone.
Audio is flashing in and out.
Yeah, we can go to Miss Villa, to Miss Gabby Villa. Wow, Sharon.
Okay. Sharon, if you can hear me while you're working on that, we'll go to the next person, but I'm going to come back to you, okay? Okay. Next up is Gabby Villa.
There we go.
No audio, Miss. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, she's there.
Yeah, she's coming.
Can you say something?
There you go. I think they unmuted me. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Miss Villa.
Thank you so much. My name is Gabriela Villa, and I'm here to formally address the persistent noise disturbances originating from Yellow Belly on Thursdays and on Sunday nights through early Monday mornings. This issue has been going on since, well, for a while, but I've been emailing everyone, since May, and despite multiple emails and calls to the City of Grand Prairie, Dallas Police Department, Grand Prairie Police Department, and the Sheriff's Office, the problem remains unresolved. The primary concern is not the race cars, like everyone has mentioned, or Mr. Shotwell has mentioned, but the excessively loud music, which significantly disrupts personally my sleep and impacts my health and well-being. I begin my workday at 4:30 a.m. every day during the week, and the lack of rest has made it increasingly difficult to function. This disturbance also affects my children, who have school and work obligations. Like they've said before, there's video evidence, a speaker system reaching up to 10, 12 feet. They have TikTok videos with sound waves impacting not only my household, but others in the surrounding area. This situation is causing serious hardship for local residents. And as a Dallas resident and I live in Grand Prairie, I respectfully urge the appropriate authorities to take this matter seriously, please, and implement measures to stop all these disturbances to all of us that are being affected. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Villa.
All right. Well, we got it now? Okay, Sharon, we're back. Do you have the camera working?
Excellent.
Super. Come on up, or, get up, whatever.
All right. I believe we're all
got
fixed.
it. I
We
can
got
see
you,
you.
Sharon. Yay.
I beg your pardon. I'm sure it was something I did. This is Sharon Barbosa Crane, 2608 Allenadale in Irving, and thank you so much, Judge and Commissioners, for allowing us to speak to you about this matter today. And thank you so much for the attention that our Commissioner has paid to this problem occurring in Irving and in Grand Prairie. I am speaking also on behalf of myself and family, as well as the South Irving Task Force, which was mentioned to you already. We're a private group of individuals who live, work, or have business in South Irving, and we review conditions and make recommendations to the relevant entities controlling those conditions. Yellow Belly has been in its current location for decades. I've been in mine for not as long as Yellow Belly, but a long time. For all the time it's operated, there have been periodic complaints about noise, and it did come from racing. A lot of the noise has in the past come from the racing, especially when the racing is late at night, often well past midnight. Additionally, there have been complaints over the years, as the Grand Prairie Police Chief testified to, right up to today, about violence occurring at Yellow Belly. All of these are things that we as residents of the city would like to see stopped right on the boundaries of our neighborhoods. These past 3 years, we've had this increased terrible problem of extremely excessive noise. And this comes from some entertainment and the people attending it and all of the various things that have been described to you. And so all the communications have effect, but they only have temporary effect. And we would like to see something done to where that there is a permanent solution. And there are a lot of things that the owner of the track could do to mitigate the noise that's coming from his location. It's costly, but he may prefer to do that at some point than to lose his business, because to continue like it's going on is just not feasible. The list that Michael McPhail read to you are positions that the South Irving Task Force has taken, has expressed to our city council, and expressed to you in a way that we believe these are some of the things that need to be addressed specifically now that you are considering a renewal of the permit for operation. Further, we would ask that a suspension or termination provision be placed in the permit that is based on the number of complaints issued against this operation. Accountability is the issue here, ladies and gentlemen, and there just simply is not, at this present time, sufficient accountability built into the system they're operating under. You have some authority, the cities have none. You have some authority with this permit to make some restrictions and requirements before you issue it that will force them, we hope, to not only conform to what you have put in a legal document, but also will let them understand what the neighbors are talking about. I think everyone would work with them if they would work with the neighbors and if they would work with you as our governing body. We thank you for your time and for your attention and really appreciate your patience with all of this electronic shortcomings.
Thank you, Ms. Sharon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's it.
Anyone else that is here to speak on the Yellow Belly issue? Seeing none and seeing none in the list, I think that concludes.
It does, and I just want to thank the sheriff and all of her executive staff for being here to hear all of this. It's not that they haven't heard it before. Don't want to use a word like handcuffed, and I know everyone is saying that we have these great and vast authority and powers, but believe me, we're somewhat contained, and I don't know how we deal with it. But I've heard it, and it's been put forward that we have this authority. There is a containment to where we are. So while we empathize and we continue to try to work through it with our colleague, we're contained as well.
Yes, I want to thank all the speakers, Chief Cesny, Honorable Shotwell, Rafaf, Mark, Ms. Sharon Barbosa, and all of the speakers. The complaints in the last 2 years have been numerous, colleagues. You can see this. And I want to thank also all the law enforcement from Dallas County, Fire Marshal, the Sheriff, as Commissioner Price, for your help. We want to be sure that we're fair to everyone, and we will work for that. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you to all for being here.
What changed over in the recent?
We cannot discuss this. Yes.
I'll talk with you later.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate your input and your patience with the presentation. Thank you.
And we assure you that Dallas County will work within the limits that the law provides that we can.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Good to see you. See you soon. Commissioner Price. Thank you.
Yeah. I know y'all have been missing on this. There's so much. Got so much. Anyway, Parkland, you got through your budget. As I say, you do a number of things well. But when you don't deal with zero tolerance, other things emerge. And while I'm not at liberty to talk about it right now, within the next few weeks, I am going to talk about it. But it always begins when you don't have zero tolerance. This whole monkey mug chronicle that I've been doing for going on 3 years is it's not escaped on. Everybody wants to keep talking about tone down the rhetoric. Let's do something different. Well, hell, you keep doing the same kind of thing, and it's institutionalized. And even though professional athletes are often given more credit and grace than most of us, black players still bear the burden of racism in America and around the world. A recent NewJersey.com news article proves my point. And I quote, as a child in predominantly white German town of Braunschweig, Sacramento Kings point guard Dennis Schroeder experienced racism from other children who would ask him why his skin was so, quote, dirty, he told Mark Spears in August. 1 year later, the veteran point guard is fending off a new racist attack. Schroeder was targeted with monkey noises from fans on Saturday during halftime of a FIBA Euro basket game in Finland. Schroeder, whose father is German, whose mother hails from Gambia, a small West African country bounded by Senegal, swiftly condemned the racism. And I quote, making monkey noises. That's something I don't respect, Schroeder said, when he heard the racist taunts as he walked toward the locker room, and he told reporters in German in ESPN. Security and FIBA officials removed at least 2 individuals from the arena, and 1 fan was subsequently banned from attending the remainder of the tournament. But at least the league officials removed the violators for their vile and disgusting acts. Parkland Hospital not only allows these types of violators to stay, but they promote them. And I know my colleagues and everyone else is tired, but damn it, for the next 3.5 years, you're going to hear. Because when you don't take care of very basic, it festers. And as I said, you will see this in 3 weeks, something that happened at Parkland. We'll deal with this whole issue of judicial performance of Frank Crowley and George Allen. And while I have all the utmost respect for the court, I'm going to continue to call out what I don't think is political will to do that which is in the best interest of the citizens. It's interesting when we talk about what's in the best interest of the citizens as we deal with these issues. We just had all of that plea for us to take a matter that we probably don't have a lot of, we're contained by certain authority. Here, we have all the authority in the world, and I know there are some who will disagree with me and say we don't, but I contend that we do. We've worked the, as of 9/16, the average pre-assigned felony cases, not individuals in jail, were 3,043, with the highest cases in CDC 5, which is Judge Thompson, Carter Thompson, 203rd, Jones 225, and CDC 2, Frizzell with 221. The average of the pre-assigned missed cases, not individuals in jail, approximately 2,343 courts, with the highest cases being county court Criminal Court, County Criminal Court 6, Judge King. 216, County Criminal Court number 1, Judge Mays. 214, County Criminal Court Green. What is the district judge's plan to address Senate Bill 9 cases, effective 9/1? Magistrates can no longer bond the certain individuals. How long is it taking to get the bonds set by district judges? Is there a district judge on call 24/7 to prevent unnecessary bond delays? Mr. Reed, was it in the budget?
There was nothing added into the budget specifically for Senate Bill 9. I do know that there's contingencies for unfunded mandates as they are identified.
You know, we keep talking about design to address releases and, you know, and the community with treatment and services and in custody. We need all indicted cases to be set for court. We need law enforcement agents to submit cases to the DA's office. I still say, Michael Martin Act, Richard Miles Act should not take more than 75 to 80 days for cases to be filed. We have people in jail, over 400 of them, that have an average of over 100 days in jail. The dual population, that's detention early warning record, will say at 7 a.m. this morning we had 7,046. That's 94% of our population. That's 300 more than this time last year. Total jail bookings continue to outpace jail releases. We are booking in record high numbers. August the 25th, we booked in over 5,400 individuals. And in July, we booked in over 5,300 individuals. Bookends haven't been this high since 2019. Over 54% of the individuals booking in have a suspected behavioral health flag. Generally, it's up 4%. It's historically been around 50%, but now it's up 54%. Female bookends, which is our real challenge, have increased from 20% to 23%. We've expedited all eligible releases to TDC, state hospital, parole, probation, special programs. Last week in jail population, we were told by the regional parole office that they are 120 officers vacant. I appreciate the criminal justice jail pop team. They continue to manually and proactively review those individuals that are in jail, raising awareness when they can. But the total on state hospital wait lists is 246. Those waiting for maximum security hospital is 65. Those waiting for non-maximum is 181. So basically over the last, it's a decrease of about 9. Males waiting, 356 days. Females waiting for non-max, 169 days. Males waiting for max, 383 days. Females waiting for max, 559 days. And the only reason I continue to talk about this is because, again, this is the same court that it made it appear as though we only dealt with one judge, but I don't mind republicizing the ones I said no to, who either had a challenge of appearance and or performance in terms of just their numbers. But I guess what's concerning me to this court as we talk about what's going on with the judges, there are new reporting requirements for judges due January the 20th and July the 20th to the administrative judicial region, which I know we have nothing, no governance over. We just basically pay our money. And then it's transmitted to OCA. The number of hours a judge presides over a judge's case at the courthouse or another court facility. The number of hours that a judge performs judicial duties other than presiding over the court, including performing case-related studies, administrative tasks, and completing continuing education. Failure to make this report, meet deadlines, performance measures or standards, or clearance rates is considered, quote, willful or persistent conduct that is clearly inconsistent with the proper performance of a judge's duty and can result in a public reprimand or suspension from office by the Judicial Conduct Commission. Since this court could not, the Supreme Court has been tasked with adopting rules to enforce these requirements. What I could not find is what is their deadline to adopt these rules.
I'm not sure what the deadline is, but I will find out in short order and let the Commissioners Court know.
The Judicial Conduct Commission's annual budget increased from $3.2 million to $4.7 million in anticipation of the workload increase associated with this new authority. And they're giving us a lot of it is as requested, the new reporting requirements for judges now include JPs, new authorities given to the Judicial Conduct Commission by Senate Bill 293. Theoretically, we could locally audit what is being submitted to the Office of Court Administration to ensure compliance. Since this court tasked me with trying to get some level of performance, apparently there is in Senate Bill 293 the authority to locally audit what is being submitted to the Office of Court Administration. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because I'm getting ready to play for you what Aaron, let it roll.
For silk press, you have to first make sure that your
Turn it up.
stylist is using some sort of heat-resistant mist or spray. I'm not sure the actual technical term because I'm not a hairstylist, but it's something that they spray on your hair while they're doing your silk press, and that's what keeps your hair, protected against a lot of the humidity. The second thing, you have to have a silk scarf of some sort. I use this do-rag, and it has the longer ends because it allows me to wrap around my head at least twice, and then I can turn it to make sure that my wrap is flat, once I put my headscarf on. It has to be silk though. You cannot use one of those typical headscarves. Third thing, this is very important. I mean, all the steps are important, but this one is very, very important. You have to change out your silk scarf. So I have a silk scarf for every day of the week. I do not wear the same scarf. I take it off, wash it, and I get a new headscarf. If there are 7 days in a week, you need 7 different headscarves. And why do you have to change it out? Because your hair produces oil every single day. So when you are adding that same silk scarf on your head from the night before, you're not doing anything but putting old oil on top of your hair. That's what weighs down the silk press. Last thing, you have to change the direction of your silk press. So you see, today my hair is going this direction. It's going to the right side of my head. That means that when I wrapped my hair last night, I had my wrap going to the right. Well, tonight, when I get my new scarf, I'm going to wrap my hair going to the left. You have to do that. Let me tell you why. You see these things over here called edges we love so much? If you wrap your hair the exact same direction every night, the side that is normally out, that's laying down, it gets thin. And that's because you are wearing that side out. You're not allowing it to breathe. That's why you have to wear it the other direction. That way you don't have to worry about your edges thinning out or anything like that. So make sure you follow those important steps. I can assure you, if you do that, your silk presses will last a heck of a lot longer, no matter how hot or how cold it is outside. Oh, another thing, if it is raining outside, do not take your hair down until you get inside of a building. And if it is still raining, when you're getting ready to exit that building, wrap your hair back up, but wrap it what? The opposite direction and with a new.
This ain't personal. This is business. And damn it, that pains me to show that. Sitting on the bench when you should be taking care of business. When I pull the OCA report, when I spend the better part of 1 week, when you are out there self-reporting, saying you're doing 116%, when I tell this court before we did the supplement was doing 28%, I went back and pulled a month. I pulled a month, June, to be able to show. I spent some time with this. I am livid. And this is just one. Others not even showing up. And I've said this to my colleagues. This does not, you can't be out on social media and say, I'm doing 116% OCA. You self-reporting. You're doing 28%. And I will show you June. I will show you the June docket. I will show you what happened on that June docket. Those 200 and some odd cases. I will show you how many was dismissed. I will show you how many of them were non-suited by the parties. I will show you how many were dismissed by the 4D court. I will show you how many were dismissed by the court. And then I will show you 12 cases that are pending, reinstatement at this time. DWAP, those cases that are out there, 1 to 4 weeks, pro se cases. Playing the game. And I guess the reason I'm doing this is because we've got some good judges in Dallas County who work hard. And I'll be damned, they're covering it. It gives us all a bad reputation. And when you don't call it out, then you are, as Dr. King said, you're complicit. You're complicit with it. We've got judges that come to work every day and work hard. Play out the root. That's the reason I read that OCA stuff, because we have a chance now to audit this. They don't get a chance just to do their own reporting. They don't get a chance to do this. And this court is negligent if, in fact, we don't do this. They've given us power, and then we turn around and act like everything. And I will go through this. I don't want to have to go through all this docket, but on the June 2nd docket, contempt cases, how many were reset? The hearing took place. I can tell you about that. This is all in Odyssey. And Sheriff, that's the reason. And I know you're gone, but I sent you an email. That's the reason I said we're going to revisit that whole Odyssey, jail thing. Boy, because I'm telling you, the more time I'm spending in the Odyssey now, the more I am clearly convinced, and that's just me. She has to make the decision. But we're going to do about 3 hours with Odyssey Jail. Because let me tell you something. If anybody really wants to know what's going on, all you got to do is get into Odyssey. Trial setting. However, it was not a trial. The difference between what's happening in our motions, custody evaluations, trial settings. So in other words, during June, where there was a OCA reporting, during June, you're lucky if there was 20 cases out of the 200 and some that were set. So I want all those people who were complaining to me about, why did y'all treat one judge? There was about 15 of them that I thought didn't deserve it. And I had the political will to say that they didn't deserve it. They may be like I don't, but I'll put my time and work up against anybody's, every day. And if it's 7 days a week, it's 7 days a week. So, I guess what I'm saying to this court is that I guess it says audit again, Mr. Reed. It doesn't say, the Supreme Court doesn't, I don't know when they got to do it. I don't know when it says audit. I don't know if that means we've got to set up a different audit deal or that's the auditor. What? It seems vague. But I'm not gonna let this time pass by that they say, hey, we gave y'all the tools and y'all just sat there.
Commissioner, staff's already working on, based on previous direction, judicial performance measures. Let us take a look at what authority we may have been given through Senate Bill 293, and we can work that into the policy that we intend to bring to Commissioners Court.
Okay. I look forward to what you have to say about that.
Yeah. Well, I ain't been conferring enough with staff, but hell, I'm just tired of us being embarrassed. Like I said, I got a number of good judges, and like I said, there are 30 on the criminal side. We've had, but for criminal justice, the judge's office, some of us, working into the knife, working on Saturdays, working on Sundays, facilities, trying to make provisions to manage. I'm just livid. And then they make us say, well, why don't y'all give them a raise? I want to see everybody get but damn it, my daddy said, don't back up to pick up your check. I'm not looking to be a 60-second hero and a lifetime fool. I don't give a damn if you don't like. But my point is that all of this is in Odyssey. Odyssey has a new respect from me. That's the reason I'm at least reaching out. It's not my call, but I'm willing to put in 3 hours to do that. But you sitting up on the bench. Oh, and by the way, when you do solicitation, you can't do it from your office. I can't do solicitation from my office. I've got copies of people doing solicitation out of their office for campaigns. You can't do that out of your office. That's the reason I maintain a 12-year-around campaign office. Don't do it out of my office. But you got the seal of the courthouse, no disclaimer.
Don't look at me, because I'm not doing it.
You know, I'm just.
You say you.
No,
Don't look at me.
I'm not. I'm just livid because this is the court that last time, and I understand legislature said, hey, we need to make up that 35,000. I get that. But this is the court that had access to 25,000, and this is the court that gave it to some same people. This is just one. And I said that because I was just so incensed. Wasn't in the beauty parlor. You sitting up on the bench. Seals in the background. This is embarrassing. And then you go say, I'm doing 116%. No, damn it, you're doing 28%. And I dare anybody to go into Odyssey and show it to me differently. Spend some time in it. As I said, they got a new respect from me because I spend so much time in there. I at least want the sheriff to say, hey, jail, we can maybe bring jail into the equation. Because you can find anything you want. You can find it in Odyssey. What the hell was that? Anyway, I think I might go through the rest of them. Mr. Adnott, that report is being released within next 2 weeks. So I will have it. Talked to the state rep yesterday. So I won't talk about that now. I'll wait for the update on the elections report. I think my staff told me we're meeting them, packs on freezes. Yeah. Road and bridge stuff. I'm just sitting yellow. Okay, I'll let off as much as I want to let off right now, but I mean, there's a lot more. I just want to thank those judges who come to work every day. I want to thank those judges, as I said to Judge Lust this morning. Hell, I didn't know what time she said. Hell, I come in early in the morning, and by the way, for those of you out of Irving is showing up at 3 o'clock in the morning to book in their people. I showed up the other morning, 3 o'clock. But hey, that's up to the sheriff and her management team. I just want to say thank you to those judges. Thank you to those civil judges who come to work every day. Thank you to those judges who understand, motions that don't take 3 and 4 hours. But they all out here saying, I'm just going to call it. I'm going to publish and I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it. And Constable, I did get those numbers with regards to, what's going on evictions and execution. And I appreciate Mark Melton. I just want to say that publicly. He and I have conferred ever since I brought that up, back and forth. He has framed it and said, I agree with you, and he wants to follow through and put together something other than what I call handout. He wants to put some framework in it. I'm tired of the nonsense. Ma'am, somebody said anyway. State hospitals. I talked about that. Of course, you know where we are on that. That's it, Judge. I'm gonna breathe now, and then we'll go into the rest of the consent agenda. I think they pulled.
I have it, Commissioner.
Oh, you did. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, Judge. Ready?
Go ahead, yeah.
We can go through the consent agenda.
I move the consent agenda unless you have something you want to pull.
I
Dr. Garcia.
second the consent agenda.
Are all those, any unreadiness? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, next we have the bids. Is there a motion on the bids?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion on the bid?
But I do want to say to Mr. Frost, and I appreciate that follow through for the sheriff and those chairs. He said it's supposed to be here sometime this week.
Correct, on Friday. I'll follow up on that, and I'll send you an email when we get the.
Okay, did a follow up on that.
Yes, sir.
There was I noticed nine cooperatives,
Yep,
9 cooperatives.
yep. And buy boards.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. I got a lot of paperwork up here. So there wasn't any real opportunity. I saw facilities, public director, all these programs. And I know it wasn't a large spend. It was only about $3 million. But,
Majority of this is fleet, as you noticed on the agenda, Commissioners. So we had fleet vehicles, transport vehicles. There's not a lot of availability still in the market, and pricing on the cooperatives is still more advantageous than going out on each piece of equipment. We had a sole source that was a proprietary system, and we had heavy equipment for Road and Bridge 4 that was, again, using the cooperative. Buying one piece of equipment is more advantageous than going out in the market.
Thank you, Mr. Fresh. Also, I know that you're also working with some of the sheriff and constables, attachments or whatever you have to put inside the cars. So I will appreciate that.
but that's,
Upfitting, right. So the
Correct.
upfitting, we still have that contract as well. So yes, we have, there are many limitations in fleet, as we all know, and that's not changed in the market for fleet vehicles versus consumer vehicles. So we'll continue to look at the most advantageous way of doing business with Dallas County, but we have to also be reasonable on what we can get out in the market. Yes, sir.
but at the same time, I want to know, somebody put a timer on that, on how long it takes them to get a dadgum vehicle back into service, whether it's lights, please. We seem to have an issue, and I know Constable Gully is here, and I've talked to Fleet a few times about vehicles that have been out there for a minute. So
Right. It's an important issue, Commissioner. There's Dallas County outsources that function. There's one vendor who Dallas County utilized for a number of years. The process was taking a lot of time, impacting a number of the law enforcement agencies. Just very recently, we actually mobilized a second vendor, and that vendor is showing much better timing. So we're hopeful a number of the vehicles for the Sheriff's Department and Constable's offices can move through now that we have 2 vendors on board.
Okay, when did we do that?
About 60 days ago.
Oh, okay.
When it became a clear issue.
Well, no, I saw Constable Gully, but, okay, so you heard 60 days ago. Good for you, thank you.
I'll also say there was a preference for that first vendor by a number of the law enforcement agencies.
I'm sure.
too. However, we felt it was absolutely necessary to bring the second vendor on board.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, it's
And
like,
I want to thank you all for working with Mr. Hooper on that one.
okay.
I realize that there are special needs in the item referred to in number 4.
Number 4?
Number 4 is it's a one-time buy for a transport bus at $185,000.
That's the one.
Is that, once again, due to the special nature of the vehicle, that it,
Commissioners,
yes, this
we're
is
buying,
for- right.
sorry.
Go
sorry,
for
Mr.
it. Go.
Now, we're buying one transport vehicle that's a replacement vehicle that had over 100,000 miles on it. So yeah, there again, buying one, specialized vehicle using Safeware. In this case, we're using NACO's Public Promise Procurement Cooperative, which, as you know, we support NACO, and they have a cooperative now as well. And I happen to be on that board, so this is one where we're actually proud to say we're using one of our agencies that we know we work really well with. And Safeware is the vendor ultimately is going to provide the vehicle. So we went through and looked at the pricing from the cooperatives and looked in the market as well, and we found this to be more advantageous for Dallas County.
okay, thank you.
Okay,
Okay, again, thank you for being here.
Judge, you can call the question.
That's the awards, Judge.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up is the RFPs.
Okay.
I move it.
Second.
Okay,
Second by Commissioner Daniels.
okay.
All right.
And this, who is that criminal justice? I see Miss
Ms. Randall.
Randall. Did you
This is the release of the RFP,
Yeah.
not the actual bringing back the RFP for court consideration. So this
Right.
is going out in the market, working with her team to draft the specifications. Yes, sir.
But that's what I was asking.
Yes, sir.
My staff made a note, they make me all these notes. So he just put it in the record. I got
It's
it.
on course.
Okay. Call the
Judge?
question.
All right.
RFPs.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, the next item is approve our court orders I move to approve court orders 1 to 39, addendum items 40 to 55, pulling court order 9 by staff for 2 weeks, court order 13 for Judge Jenkins and Commissioner Price to make, to put something on the record, 17, pull it for executive session, 49, pull for a separate vote by Commissioner Garcia. 51, pull for a separate vote by Commissioner Garcia. That's it on the agenda. Commissioner Price, pull for discussion. 1, 20, and 46, but those are going to be based on your answers, Commissioner Price?
Right.
Have they been answered?
Right. And
Yeah, I want to pull one for not only discussion, but perhaps for separate vote or something.
Which one, Judge?
One, the fines and fees.
Okay,
well, that's-
one Commissioner, okay, but Commissioner Price didn't pull it for a separate vote, so, okay. I move court orders 1 to 39, addendum 40 to 55, pulling for a separate vote, court order 9.
Commissioner, we would also like to pull 44 for executive.
Okay,
Does that have you?
44 for executive. Guys, if we do this in advance, it's a lot easier, okay? All right, so here we go. One more time, ready?
And I'm sorry, Dr. Garcia, but the district attorney's office also pulled court order 17 for executive session.
Oh, yeah, it is. That's in the record, Mr. Basan. Thank you very much. So, 1 to 39, 40 to 55, pulling 1 for a separate vote by Judge Jenkins, 9 for staff, by staff for 2 weeks, 13 by Judge Jenkins and Commissioner Price to add something into the record, 17 for executive session, 44 for executive session, 49 for a separate vote, 51 for a separate vote. For discussion, only 1 by Commissioner Price, 20 by Commissioner Price, and 46. That's it? Okay, Judge, we're ready to
Second.
rock and roll.
All right.
Okay,
It's been moved and second by Commissioner Summerman,
well, but see, you
and
had
now we're
one-
going for
Right.
discussion. Commissioner
Okay,
Price.
we'll start with L1, sheriff and constable fees.
But, no, we're pulling that one separate, so this is just all the things that aren't pulled.
Uncontested.
Well, okay, well then let me
20.
comment.
20 and 46, Commissioner.
Yeah, 20 and 46. Let me comment on 11.
Okay.
Ms. Medrano, thank you. The Dallas County, it's not Dallas County, it's the Dallas Central Appraisal.
Hey, yes.
Said appraisal district deserves your leadership on that. And she doesn't know this, but just from the financial side of the aisle, just what they have been historically doing on the financial side of the aisle, she has now redirected and stuff that has gone from 1.2% to the pool, possible pool of text pool and all. And I know she probably doesn't know that I know this, but just that kind of leadership has made all the difference to the taxpayers and to that organization. So we do well to continue to go down that particular road.
And Treasurer Medrano is not here today, but I mean, I do have to thank her for, agreeing to represent us at the Dallas Central Appraisal District. And I mean, for court administration, guys, please don't put Dallas County. It's Dallas Central Appraisal District.
Yeah, it's a number.
It's a lot of people think that we are the one that raise property values, and we are not. So with that clear into the record,
Okay, if
Commissioner
there's
Price.
something you don't like, we're not the ones doing it.
Exactly.
We're the people that do the things that you like.
That I don't
That
like.
we're keeping the
That I
same or
don't
lower.
like. Anyway,
But
under-
that's a good, I mean, I catch that and I say, goodness gracious, we're
well, we got
always
something
finding.
there. We got some other stuff we can
Go ahead, Commissioner. That was 11.
I just do want to let Mr. Tamayo go with regards to, he's got got an extra handful today. But thank you for that going into Hutchins. We dedicated a new city hall in Hutchins last week, but we talked about the fact that this kind of location logistics in that it's $100 million. It just talks about a distribution facility, but it's $100 million. And in their dedication last week, I was able to talk about their taxable value in the last 5 years, having gone from twice, 20 to 25, 2 times the value, to their market value up to 2.5 times in that same period of time. So thank you for all, and that's on our agenda today. I told them it would be, and so thank you.
You also pulled 46, Commissioner Price.
Yeah, I'm getting
For discussion, I don't know if you got
for
your
discussion,
answers.
Yeah. Got these closed. Let's see if
It's the systemic
Yeah.
level approach for HIV care and treatment.
Yeah, I know my staff's they give me all
Okay.
this paper. I'm getting ready to deal with it.
Okay.
Somebody else says what happened. You spent all these.
Got us in on those. We ready?
No.
No,
Judge. The reason I had, when it was real clear and set out, too much down. The jail population. Oh, okay, I didn't deal with that. Sorry, didn't deal with that whole ICE piece when I was dealing with it too. Back is 846 ICE detentions.
Yeah, from 560.
Yeah, it's going up. That was part of my jail pop. I just. Where was it? The problem is I had pulled 46 was pulled by, that's staff, that's not,
For discussion, by you, right, guy?
not 46.
But that's what I have in my
No,
notes.
not 46, that's
HIW.
staff, that's not mine. It was 40, yeah, it was 46, I'm sorry, 44.
Yeah, it was
I
46,
got too
Commissioner,
many-
is right.
I got too many damn numbers.
Yeah, discussion only. It's HIV.
And again, we're just gonna discuss the ones that aren't pulled right now. Is
Yeah,
that-
I know, but I got some. Let me breathe. Okay, gotcha.
While he's looking for his comment, does anybody else have any comment on the non-pulled core orders?
I don't think nobody's got anything else.
Well, I want to thank Ms. Randolph. You know, there's an item here for the peer reviews on mental health. And as always, thank you, Ms. Randolph, for working close to, everything that we need in the criminal justice, and also for your work with NIPA. We keep working on that one, right? We're going to try to move it forward as soon as we can with the civil DA's office. Hopefully, we can clear it for sure. We're going to discuss the fees, take out Dallas County. Other than that, I think that was it.
Once again, Dallas County covers a lot of territory, from HIV treatment to IT annual maintenance to all kinds of things that help Dallas County move the way that it's supposed to and give its residents the quality of service that they expect.
Right. And we also have an item that I thought it was very good. It's a pilot for public health vending machines that has been brought forward. We have discussed it in the past. in an effort to reduce opioid overdoses and lower the rates of infectious disease. It's funded by a grant by the Limiting Overdose Through Collaborative Actions Grant, and it's $7,500 a year. With MetroCare Lancaster Keys, Nexus Family Recovery Center, Sharing Life, Community Outreach, and Youth 880. So I think this is some of the things that we're looking into the future, and we'll see how this pilot comes. All righty, Commissioner Price, you find your notes? I think we talked all everything we could.
Okay, is you ready? No. I mean, but are you ready to vote on it?
Oh.
All of them,
Yeah, we can
vote on all of them except 46.
Okay, then I have to amend the motion, including 46? Okay.
46 and
You already talked about 20, and one is already being pulled.
Is 46 the only one you
no,
willing to sign?
hold on. No, it was, like I said, my staff. I got so many down. Yeah, I think it was 20 and 46. Was that
20
what I
and
pulled?
46? Is there a
Yes, you pull 1, 20, and 46 for discussion only.
Right, okay. So vote on everything except 20 and 46. I got some things I need to put in the record. So vote on everything except 20 and
Okay,
46.
so Commissioner Zimmerman is being asked to amend the motion to include Court Order 46, right, Commissioner Pratt?
No,
No?
no. To
Take it
vote,
out so he
take
can find
46 and 20, so I can read that into the record.
Okay, sounds good. Put out to a separate vote, 20 and 46, to add something into the record.
I accept.
Sounds good. Okay, Judge, you can.
With that, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion, yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay, so this takes us to Court Order 1.
1, correct.
On Court Order 1, I had one of the commissioners ask me about our fines and fees, and it made me think about something. When we think about our service fees, like for citation, I would assume that most of the cost of that is the officer's time, the clerk's time, the fuel and the wear and tear on the vehicle, right? And that got me thinking, we haven't raised these. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not for just willy-nilly raising fees, but we haven't raised these in years. And so
That's what the report said.
right, if you think about it, if the salaries of these officers have gone up, say 10%, and the cost of the vehicles have gone up, whatever percent, so do we have like and I don't want to do it haphazardly, but do we have a guesstimate as to, we're supposed to capture up to true cost. If we capture, let's say, only 50% of true cost, then it means that homeowners paying their property taxes are subsidizing people who want to file lawsuits. Maybe there's a policy argument for that. I don't know what it is, but I'd like to, what do we look at? What do we see here? Because it seems like we want to charge what it actually costs.
And the reason I pulled it, and I made a mistake earlier going down the archive fee road, my staff had a note, and at least they were suggesting that somehow across the state, with regards to recovery, that they were recovering fees that we were not doing so. And so, I mean, how do we arrive at this on these
So
fees?
these, I think, are just sheriff's fees today.
No, sheriffs and
sheriff-
constables.
that's
I'm sorry, sheriff and constable fees
Right,
today.
right, and that was part of that deal. Yes, Mr. Hicks.
Yeah, so how we arrive at the fees is that we validate what the sheriffs and constables are listing as the fees and validate that that's what the fees are. As we,
But how? I think that's what we're asking, because see, last week, while I didn't give a damn about 99% of
See,
it.
what he's saying so far is he looks at what the number is, $80, and he
Okay.
validates that that's what they
Well,
charge.
no. Well,
Right,
no.
so if you,
Go ahead on.
if I can entertain. So what we would like to do going forward is what you're talking about, is to get with the sheriffs and constables and look at what other counties are charging, what the state is charging, and then also validate what is a true recovery, and provide that as a recommendation for what the sheriff and constables could charge, but it's still up to them to tell us what they would want to charge.
No,
No, it's
no.
the court.
No. See,
The court sets the fees, but
Right.
what Commissioner Price and I are saying, and I appreciate what you're saying, is we want to know not what other counties are charging. You can certainly tell us that, but what it is actually costing to do the service. And then it's a policy decision for the court. Do we want to have the user pay 100% of what it actually cost? Or is there some policy reason why we would want other taxpayers to subsidize someone who is using, let's say, a constable to serve their lawsuit? And I
Well-
think that's something we're gonna need the financial team.
well,
Dana,
but the
to work
financial
on.
team said something about that, about our fees. But I'm gonna tell you something. Here we go again. I'm in Odyssey, and I guess one of the concerns that I have. Do you realize that in Dallas County, those 4D courts, we get, when we file timely, 66% of our money back on cases. And not throwing, as the kids say, not throwing shade, but we 3 or 4 years behind. Hello? 66%. Somebody has made a entree on behalf of Dallas County. How quick can we get it caught up and get that 66% back on every 4D case? Now, and where I'm going, Mr. Hicks, you may not know anything, but where I'm going with all of this, I'm still on those fines and fees, because all of that comes into those services on those 4D cases. That, constable. My problem is my antennas went up, and like you said, we're not trying to be comparing what's going on with other counties, but it appeared as though, and Constable, maybe you can speak to that, but for the last 6 or 7 years, we have not raised fees.
Yes, and I want to say, because he mentioned the word fines, and I think we're in.
Well, yeah, I use them, but that's
I use
because
them interchangeably. We're talking about fees. I can make a policy argument why certain fines.
regressive. We've gone down.
Regressive,
We've
right?
gone
But
down.
this is about I'm suing my neighbor because we're disputing where the fence line is, and the I got to file the lawsuit. The lawyer's got to go serve the lawsuit. Should I be paying for that, or should the broader tax base be subsidizing me? Unless there's a compelling argument that someone wants to make, I think that I should be paying that, right? That I, the person who's filing the suit, should be paying that in these civil instances, right?
Yeah,
And so,
And I agree with this. I think I'm the commissioner you were referencing. I want to see a change in these fees as well. The only problem is that I think we have to adopt these fees by October 1st.
We do.
And this is our last.
I get that, but I want to bring it up because we continue to
Yeah.
just.
No, I'm with you on that. I'm with you. I agree. I'm on that.
Let's get on top of that.
what we could do, if we want to, is we could raise it a small increment this year, like $5 a fee, because we know that since the last time that we raised these fees, the salaries of employees have gone up well over 10%. We know that the vehicles that went offline pre-COVID were much less expensive than the vehicles we're buying now. And I don't know about the price of gas, it fluctuates, but we just look at those two things, the car and the cop, we know that it's gone up. So any thoughts on, did you look at that, Ronica, as to what you When's the last time we,
The last one we looked up was 21, and it had not been raised, and that was 4 year, 2021 was the last briefing we saw, but we didn't go further than that, so Commissioner's saying 6, but we do know it's 4 at least.
Okay.
well, what, I don't want to do something haphazard, but at the same time, I don't want to see lawyers subsidized by homeowners either. So,
Is there an opportunity to do, I don't know, a special call to give us more time to work with the auditor's office with Ms. Foster Allen?
Yes,
good-
we like
I'd be
to
good
have a
with
little
that.
more time so that we can justify the number,
Yeah, sure.
and not arbitrarily
Definitely.
raise it.
Good
I think
idea.
we're gonna have to justify
I-
it, because
I-
I'm sure
I would
it's
be
gonna
good
be an
with that.
increase.
I agree with that.
Good
Yeah,
idea.
I mean, we don't want to do this
Yeah,
from the
and-
horseshoe right now.
and see, this is where going, like Tim or Mr. Hicks going with, which is helpful for sure, looking at what Harris County or Collin County or whoever does.
But the county code
Yeah, the
says,
thing is, we got to get the recoup.
but no, county code says that the auditor can estimate. County code says the auditor can estimate. And so what I'm saying is, the fees that are out there, we just got through hearing budget. I mean, you know, and it's not like, we making money, but if she says we haven't done anything since 4 years,
At least.
Yeah.
yeah, come
So
on.
there were 2 counties in the sheet on the briefing. One, and I may be off on this, but one was like $35 or something for something, and then another county was $117. So I'm not sure if we were just to say, well, we're about the size of Tarrant County, let's see what they're doing. That may be what they're doing, is saying we're about the size of Dallas County, let's see what they're doing. So we got to figure it out. It sounds like there's a willingness on the court and staff to do it, so that's great.
Yeah, let's do that.
Well, okay, so then do we need them, I guess what I'm asking.
But no, we just don't vote on it today.
And
But
bring
I
it back
thought
in
we got,
special.
but we have a time certain, right?
Yes,
You
but
got to have the special called
Okay.
before October 1.
Okay, okay,
Dr. Watkins just proposed we do a special meeting for that.
got it, okay.
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 I think
so
that's a good
that-
idea.
That's fine, so it's pooled, L1 is pooled.
Okay?
But,
Sounds
I
good?
mean, I pulled it anyway for discussion.
That's
but
why
just
I
pulled-
said I want to pull it.
Right, so it's pulled for.
Until next,
until
next
the
court
special
briefing.
call meeting.
Yeah, well, Ms. Foster Allen, we're gonna work with the auditor and then get back with you guys with a date
Okay,
before the 1st.
right, okay.
Okay.
Now we can go to 20.
No, the next one was
It's-
13, and that is just a typo on the part of somebody.
Right.
And that is my appointment to the North Central Texas Health Facilities Development Corp. The court order in your packet.
I didn't
says
think, no, Judge, no. It should be housing facility, I thought.
No, this was the health facility, and this is the former CFO at Parkland.
Okay.
Okay,
Mark,
okay, so it is health and not housing?
It is health.
They got the health part right, but they got your commission number.
Yeah, it says Mark Teresi for District 3 and should be for Judge Jenkins, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So with that amendment, I'll move passage of that.
Second,
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
aye.
Any opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Sounds
Okay,
good.
now we're at 20, and Commissioner Price has his stuff.
Authorize and approve the notice of grant award number 6, H49MC as in CAT 52997-0202, Healthy Start Initiative Eliminating Racial Ethnic Disparity. And my staff, under the authorized budget and the notice of grant award, it allocates $250,000 under other expenses. What is this funding? If it is subcontracts with the new executive order regulations woven into the terms and conditions, we need to make sure that that contract ensures that there are no complaints, because Dallas County will bear the weight of any non-compliance because it's awarded federally and the terms and conditions cited are in these new directives. So this needs to be included in any subcontracts moving forward for federally sourced funding. staff put that together, wanted to make sure. So what I'm not sure on that $250,000 in other expending, what is this? And if we're not sure, let's pull it and go down the road till we,
So Commissioner, you're saying that staff put this language together to be sure we're complying with all their rules?
to make sure. I
Okay.
mean, this is all that new language that's coming down from.
Because of the disparity
Tatiana.
language? Okay.
I don't
got
believe
it.
we have anybody with HHS here, sir, so if we could
I'll
pull
pull it,
this,
I'll pull it for
then we
two,
can bring this back to the special
right,
meeting.
okay.
Good.
Number
20
40,
20
weeks, yes.
20 pull by 2 weeks.
46 is to approve the request from a streamlined application system level systemic approach to improve HIV care and treatment. This briefing requests streamlining applications by HHS, Dallas County, managing the distribution of requests for application, evaluating and scoring them, and establishing the award of funding through MOUs. Now, while funding overall is low, $90,000 to be approximately, it's available with the anticipated $25,000 per organization made available. This is below the sole source allowance through purchasing. However, the briefing indicates no prior review by the district attorney and/or purchasing to be in alignment with the proposed methodology. It notes that under legal impact, that the memorandum of understanding will be sent for review by the civil division of the district attorney's office, which implies after the effect. So the email message and any documents attached to it are confidential and may contain information that is protected from disclosure by various federal and state laws, including, HIPAA, privacy rule, and I ain't gonna go into that citation. My staff gets into the annals of this stuff. But anyway, this information is intended to be used solely by the entity or the individual to whom this message to be addressed. If you're not the intended recipient on this, then, it's strictly prohibited. So what I'm saying to you is that has this not been to the DA's office? I guess, long story short.
The briefing does state that. HHS is in here to talk about this, so I would just suggest we
Pull
hold
that too.
this.
That's what I
Okay.
was trying to, I'm sorry, that's why I was grappling to get to it, because I knew I had a couple.
For 20 and 46, is that word for discussion?
Yeah, pull it for 2 weeks until
Gotcha.
we get
Done.
the DA's office. 46 needs to get to the DA's office.
What number was that again?
46.
46
46.
was the last one. 20 was the first one, 46 was the last one.
Okay. Now, with that being done, our next agenda item is 49 for a separate vote. Is an exemption, Judge?
Yeah, it showed it as an exception, and I know you don't do exceptions, so I move 49.
Second.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right. What's next?
That's 51, separate vote, same thing, exemption.
I move 51.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right. And motion
Opposed.
Any or no?
One opposed.
One
yeah.
opposed.
No. Dr. Garcia, against? Okay, that concludes the agenda items that were,
Thank you, Court, for bearing with me. Some of this stuff, I'm working on myself. Some of this stuff, you spend
Nice catch.
Yeah, you spend a whole week going through it, but again, if nothing else, Odyssey, I'm an Odyssey believer. Ain't nothing you can't find in it. It's programmed right.
Amen.
So, okay, I'm there. So,
amen, not everybody agrees, but we'll,
yeah.
All right. So we've still got a few speakers to hear from, and then we'll go to closed session. All right. Our first public speaker that is not, or that's left, is Latrina Lampkin. Is Latrina Lampkin in? There, right there.
I didn't even know they were over there.
She's right here. All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Latrina Lampkin. I'm at 6861 Talbot Parkway, Dallas, Texas, 75232. Before I start, I would like to give pass out some evidence, please.
Sure. Give the marshal to get it, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And just give each one of them a packet like that. Good afternoon, Judge Jenkins and Commissioners of the Court. I am here today to address the urgent need for accountability in our probate courts and the protection of Black and brown generational wealth in Dallas County. As outlined in a written resolution that I provided, we have seen repeated failures in the probate court number 1 under Judge Julia Malvo, including real estate commissions being paid without signed court orders in a dependent administration, fraudulent deeds being filed in Smith County without notice to the heirs, denials of audits, requests and evidentiary hearings, and the court actions that benefited donors and dependent administrators like the Morton and Mayer Group, who is the realty company that does 90% of all real estate in the probate courts, while heirs lose property and wealth. These actions show a clear disregard for the Texas Estate Code, deny heirs due process, and have stripped families of their ability to maintain real property. Even real estate professionals like Ebby Holliday, legal team, have stated that the court lacks the knowledge to properly interpret contracts and real estate law. That is why I'm urging the court to adopt the resolution that I've submitted, which calls for a creation of the Dallas County Probate Real Estate Oversight Committee. This committee would review and verify all probate real estate filings, conduct audits, require proper notice to heirs, and report quarterly to this court and to the public. This step would provide and protect families, safeguard estates, and restore public confidence in the probate system. I respectfully ask that this proposal be placed on the Commissioners Court agenda for discussion and action. The document that I gave to you, the first document that you received, is the invoice of the dependent administrator, Ellen D. Williamson, in my probate case that I'm an heir to. In that, she discusses there's a title issue on a property in Smith County. The first title company she went to denied it. She confirmed the sale in November of 2023. Come back in May of 2024 and sells that same property again without ever receiving the first sale. This was never told to the heirs. When the accountability came to the court, I was denied every motion. Anything that I brought to the court was denied, and then my hearings went unheard. On August 21st, 2025, Judge Malvo recused herself from my case after I held her for accountability.
I'm sorry, you are out of time. Thank you for coming today.
Do you want your documents back, ma'am? Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Michelle Wigington. All right, go ahead.
We can hear you.
Okay. Michelle Wigington, Esquire Lane. Thank you, Dr. Garcia, for moving your vehicle out of the fire lane last week, I think it was. This morning when I got there, I ran into Assistant Fire Marshal Chief Masery, Captain Brown, and Sergeant McBride. All three were there the day that they kidnapped me. They blocked the fire lane, they blocked the hallway, and then they arrested me. Today, again, they had the fire lane blocked. So thank you, Garcia, for trying to set the good example, but it seems like they set the practice of everybody using the fire lane, at least employees, because they arrest members from the public that's parked there, which I was not. Here's an arrest report from the Dallas County Marshals on Thursday, June 13th. Dallas County Marshal Service Corporal C. Palmer, in full and distinct Dallas County Marshal Service uniform, was stationed at the Dallas County South Dallas Government Building. When he noticed a black male yelling inside the building, stating the pictures of Commissioner John Wiley Price were pictures of a drunk kingpin. Palmer continued hearing a loud voice on the first level of the government center near the elevators. Palmer then spoke to the male, later identified as Taylor, and advised him to lower his voice because he was creating a disturbance. Taylor continued to be confrontational with Palmer and Centura security officers. Taylor and the people he was accompanied with proceeded to the second floor of the government building. Palmer then proceeded to the second floor to ensure that he was not going to be disorderly. Palmer advised dispatch. The next 2.5 lines are redacted. Palmer then began escorting Taylor outside the government center when he said, "I'm going to beat the shit out of you." Palmer asked Taylor if he was threatening him. Taylor replied yes. Palmer then told Taylor that he was detained and requested his identification. Palmer told Taylor multiple times that he was detained and to stay put. Taylor was not complying with commands and then turned towards Palmer, pulled his pants up, and told Palmer, "Put your hands on me," indicating resistance. Palmer then attempted to place handcuffs on Taylor, and he began to invade Palmer by running away. After an approximate 100 yards, Palmer was attempting to detain Taylor in handcuffs, but he was resisting arrest. Security officers assisted Palmer, and Taylor was placed in handcuffs. Palmer began to escort Taylor back inside the government center when he continued to resist and began to run away again. Palmer grabbed Taylor immediately and entered the government center. Palmer then requested assistance from Dallas County Constables Precinct 1 and was placed in a holding cell. Taylor was later escorted in the fully marked squad car AW032 and was placed in the rear passenger seat. Taylor refused to tell officers his name multiple times. Sergeant Steele and Palmer then transported Taylor to Dallas County Jail for booking. The rest of that report is redacted. John Wiley Price cusses, screams, disrupts meetings all the time. Seems like if you're an employee, you get to do whatever you want to do. You can break any laws, but if you're the public, you just go to jail. Here's an example.
I'm sorry, but you're out of time. Thank you. Next speaker is Aha Holman. And forgive me if or Aja perhaps, Holman. Online or, no? Okay. Aja Holman. Forgive me if I mispronounced your name. Michael Wigington is next. Oh. You say he's not online or? Okay. Okay. Michael Wigington. Okay, our next speaker is, or our final speaker, is Laura Anderson. Miss Laura Anderson. All right, this concludes our public speakers. We will now recess to our closed session to consider matters under Chapter 551 of the Government Code as previously posted. Any action on, as a result of that closed session will take place in a subsequent open session, and we should, in all likelihood, have at least one court order to vote on after our closed session. There's that one. 17 and 44. Is there a motion on those orders?
So moved.
You're not together, or you want to do them
Oh,
together?
you can do it together.
Okay.
All right, I've got a motion from Dr. Garcia. Is there a
Second.
second from Commissioner Price. Any in readiness? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, there's no, thank you all. We are adjourned.